I'm just waiting for Carol to join me. She's just spoken to Daniel Sienkiewicz, who, um, who seems to have been a little upset. He was sort of, happily burbling away, and then he met Carol. I suppose he finds it hard to believe that I would ever find anybody who is white and American, who sounded nice and normal, educated and middle class, who actually understands the idea and is happy to ask questions about it. And the most important one is, has anyone got a better idea if they're complaining about some kind of psychic, spiritual pain of not what? Of not having good government, of knowing that your government doesn't care about you or the national interest, or if it's even sane. But yeah, he was streaming away merrily, and I thought, oh, you must meet everybody. And so Carol met Daniel, and Daniel's a bit down. I'll go and play a bit of his stream while I wait for Carol to arrive, I guess. Let me just go to that bit so we can listen. We can all listen to it together. Okay, I'll play. I'll play the bit when Daniel met. It was a very short conversation. Daniel's just not really game to, ask questions and stuff.
Which, and that would be a freedom that's all right, a liberty that's all right as well, and hugely appealing for a lot of people, and a big advantage over Islam for us. Okay, here we go. Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay.
hmm
So what brings you here?
Claire said I might enjoy listening to your show.
Aha. I said, did you hear the earlier part?
No, I was too busy trying to figure out how to get off of YouTube.
Aha. Well, we were talking about all sorts of things. Now, you are Claire's lone adherent to secular Quran so far.
Oh, I didn't know that.
How long have you been a Muslim?
About 40 years.
About what?
40 years.
40 years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Um, and you're in the United States.
Yeah, I'm in US. I'm American, yeah. White American, brought up Catholic.
You that's very uncommon for someone to for a white American woman to be a Muslim for going back 40 years. There was not too
No,
much.
it's not uncommon. They're just spread out, and they usually quit going to the masjid. They're actually more around than what people think. But it's hard to run into network with them because they're split up across the country. It's not like a big bunch in one town, say. Yeah.
Hmm.
A lot of them don't wear scarves because of that. Mhm.
So I mean,
Mhm.
have you been confronted with prejudice?
Well, sure. Mhm. Quite a lot.
Are you down south? You sound as if you are.
No, I'm not from down south. I'm from California.
What part of California?
Well, I don't want to get into all my super duper personal details. I've already been doxxed online one time and all
Well,
this kind of
California's pretty big.
Yeah.
Southern, central. I don't think it's gonna.
Well, I've lived in both areas. I've lived in the state, so I was born in this state and I've lived here until now. So I've lived in several places in the state. So I lived up north and I've lived down south.
Um, I'm always interested to know. You've been there quite a while.
Mhm.
You must have noticed what is probably not a good change in the state over those years. Is that true?
You mean if I noticed this turned into a liberal nightmare? Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess you could say that
Kind of
about.
hard to miss it.
I guess you can say that about Islam is that it's an alternative to liberalism, isn't it?
Oh well, no. There's a large number of Muslims that are liberals. Liberalism, they march down to the border and sing towards the open border stuff with a bunch of pagans and things. I mean, there's
Well,
a big
it is
secular movement
okay.
in liberalism within the Muslim community. It's a huge one.
Well, it is a universal religion, so that's quite possible that would correspond.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It is a universal religion, so open borders would not necessarily be.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Open border. Why? What's the
Well,
point of
of
open
course it's
border?
well, of course it's ridiculous, but what I'm saying is that it could be a policy that would not trouble Muslims in as much as they are a universal religion.
Well, I have a problem with it.
I can understand that too.
Yeah, I have a big problem with it. I'm not. That's really playing into the immigrant agenda. Having open borders like that, they're coming here to make this country what they want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not my idea of a great plan. I mean, that's not my idea of what this country should turn into.
Well, it's not necessarily only their plan either. It's
Well, sure it is. They want.
no. Wait. Let me say what I meant to say with that. It's not only their plan. It's also there is La Raza and Reconquista, but there's also people in high places who are planning this too, who
Well,
are
sure,
facilitating them. That's what I'm saying.
sure. Yeah, there's people letting them do it. That's what it comes down to. People are letting them do it. So,
Now, you said you were originally a Catholic.
mm-hmm. That's why my mother was Catholic, so she put me in a Catholic church. That's what she did. I I did the communion, but I didn't become confirmed. I never actually
Me,
joined the church.
me too. I'm the only one in my family who didn't get a confirmation. I was
Hmm.
did communion, but not confirmed.
Hmm.
Same year.
Hmm. I didn't take the classes for confirmation either.
No, me neither.
Yeah. Anyway, so
What's the point?
yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Is your husband? Well, I guess your husband's a Muslim,
Sure, sure he is.
and you have kids.
I had kids. Yeah, they're adults.
Okay. And what do you think about people who want no part of Islam? Someone like myself who has who I when I'm not
Doesn't bother me.
okay. And I suppose I'm not going to go around trying to deproselytize her either. But um, I mean, the call is just barking up the wrong tree when she tries to
Hey, Claire.
impose that stuff here. It's not going to
Well,
happen.
I think it's an interesting idea she has. I never heard of somebody have the idea quite like that.
Oh, hi, Carol. Sorry, I was muted, so that's why I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering, well, why isn't Carol responding to me? I'm talking away. Oh, I guess it was a bit of an awkward conversation, but anyway, you dropped your calling card, and he well, he knew it was you, and that you're real.
Well, I don't know what it was. I was waiting for him to ask something.
Well, he tried, didn't he? I mean, I think he did kind of try to make small talk, like how long have you been Muslim, and then he. Well, I suppose Daniel gets can get quite emotional, and I guess he just found it awkward and had to end it. It was just a shock, I suppose, that it was you, that you're all American and Californian. He also I think he was in New Jersey, but he also lived in California.
Uh-huh.
So
I didn't know what to ask him because I didn't know anything about him. And then I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that was.
well, he he's a sort of white nationalist who
Well,
has certain feelings about certain peoples, and I suppose it was a bit much for him. Um, and then when I guess you discuss secular Quranism, it was just too much for him.
well,
But
he
I
knew
think
I was a friend of yours.
yeah.
I don't understand any of it. He knew I was a friend of yours, and then had me on there, and then that. I mean, I don't know what that was supposed to be. And then he went on a rant about why he doesn't like you. I don't know. Is this some kind of male bashing a woman? Kind of. I don't know what that was. I really don't know what it was because I don't know him at all. I thought I was going to hear some ideas about what he had for helping the white people in this country, and I didn't hear anything of. I didn't hear anything. Him saying anything.
Okay, I can explain to you what his ideas are. He talks about DNA nations, so it's all about white DNA, and then he has this idea about
Oh, sort of like
union.
a ancestry.com hookup kind of thing.
I
Was that
think
what he's talking about there? That's
I
going to
think
save
you
the
have to
white
be
people.
you have to be white, and if you're a white woman and you marry a man not of your race, then you have to leave the country to be with your non-white husband.
Well, somebody in that chat was calling me a Michelin, and I think I'm whiter than that host was. Okay, I'm sorry to say. Actually, I'm
You
not sorry to say. It's true. I was whiter than this Daniel guy.
ah
Do you understand what I'm saying? If he wants to make it DNA, my DNA is going to match whiter than his, I'm guessing.
Well, you come from the same sort of Catholic Irish background. I guess
Well,
his mother is Polish, but his
well,
father's
Polish, yeah,
Irish.
Polish, yeah. My DNA is more Western Europe than Polish.
Hmm. Hmm.
If we want to play DNA game,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how pushing the DNA method of saving the white man's going to work right now because we have the white people here and exactly.
Yes. I
I'm
see.
not saying.
Well, he can be a bit awkward. I mean, I guess he does get a little emotional. Um, Carnops is here. You may wish to speak to him. He's
Carnops? Mm-hmm.
it's short for controlled opposition, and he's
Oh.
a Dutchman who's a
Mm-hmm.
liberal and quite argumentative and an
Oh,
Islamophobe. Really,
he's
I
an
mean, he doesn't like
Islamophobe?
it. Yes, yes. So I just thought I'd mention,
Mm-hmm.
I'd give you the lowdown on the few characters you'll be meeting
Okay.
here, and
Alrighty.
he may join us, he may not, but.
Okay.
Yes, but Daniel is known for being a bit emotional and
I don't know what he
not.
got emotional about. I thought I didn't. I don't know. I don't even know what happened there. I was waiting for him to say something. I guess the problem was I didn't know enough about him to ask anything. But I thought he was going to ask me something, or he called me into the chat thing or something. I thought he wanted to ask me something, so I was waiting for him to ask whatever it was he wanted to ask.
I think it was probably the shock of seeing you, even though he had previous warning and he kind of knew and I think it's because you are so American and you sound this. Oh, I don't know, your voice and everything about you. I just think it's it's a cognitive dissonance. And you're Muslim, and I
Oh,
guess.
maybe
Um,
he thought it was like a fake person or something. You mean?
um,
Yeah, I
no,
don't want to talk about I don't want to live out loud about personal stuff about my family on the internet. He was trying to get a little pokey into my more personal stuff. I've already been doxxed, once. I already been doxxed once, so
hmm.
I had enough of that.
I think he sort of, well, he finds you a curiosity, and he's probably never spoken to
Well, he lost
proper.
his chance. He had a chance to talk. I mean, it
know.
seems like just from a anthropological interest, maybe a little curious why some of the DNA was doing this. I don't know. I have no idea what that was.
But basically, if I can remember from what my previous conversations with him was,
Hmm.
he basically thinks that white people will, of their own accord, um, start acting in a way that would give them group solidarity, but without a religion. I mean, I often ask him, but how is that going to happen? You know, what are those rules and who's going to enforce them? And then he kicks me off. He does kick me off from time to time, but sometimes when he's in a good mood and the subject is not too troubling for him, we can have a nice chat. But he does have his triggering moments, um,
What's
and
that got to do with talking to me?
I I don't know, but he
I
is
don't think
very
he.
emotional.
Well, really, Claire, I don't know what to say about the whole thing.
I know.
Seems like I don't know what maybe I should have watched a bunch of his shows first or something.
No,
But he
no,
wasn't
I
saying
thought you were
anything when I
being
left.
fine. I mean, he should have just asked more questions, right? It's like, well, how do
Well,
how have you been? But it was like he was almost overwhelmed with emotion and
well, maybe he
horror.
wanted me to ask. Maybe he wanted me to expound more on what he was asking, but I don't
No,
want to
no,
talk about my family on the internet. I mean, that's
no, no,
basically
no.
it, or tell people exactly where I'm living. I'm not going to do that on the internet.
No,
You
I
know
think
what I
he was
mean?
just making conversation, but I think he found it awkward to ask the next question, and then I guess when when you started dis- discussing secular Quranism, it was more than he could bear. But I think for him, the triggering thing was that, you sounded all American, and and that was,
Trickery?
well, just, I suppose he couldn't quite believe, that you are this voice of middle America, and you just sound so
Oh,
nice and normal, like you could be, I don't know, anyone's mom. You know what I mean. And
he
and
seemed a little surprised. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because of these avatars and stuff. But he seemed a little. When he asked how long you've been Muslim, and I said 40 years, he seemed pretty surprised about that. I guess he didn't know there's any white Muslims in the United States. Well, there are.
well, and he's met one.
Well, on the internet, but he just most of the white Muslims don't wear scarves anymore because they don't have a masjid to really go to. So, but there's still some. I mean, they're around, but we are spread out. We don't all live in the same city. Like we're spread out across the states and across different. I could call them Islamic approaches, different schools of thought, different approaches, different ideas on how to practice it.
So where you are, do you know? I mean, how many white Muslims do you know?
Oh, right now? How do I? Well, I don't go in the community very much, but there's usually some if you go into a masjid.
Oh, right. You
usually a
don't
couple.
know any sort of out of the mosque that you kind of meet in some other way.
No, I don't. No, I don't go anymore. I don't. It's mostly immigrants, and I don't. It doesn't work for me to go
But
to
what have you heard of Meetup?
meetup.
It's a website where you can organize your meetup,
Oh,
your common
meetup,
interest. Yeah,
meetup. Yeah, I know about meetup. Sure.
yeah, yeah, and I suppose anybody could start their own group of I don't know, orgiasts, or or Muslim meetings, or whatever, and so you can meet others in a more, I don't know, normal, comfortable.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know of any. I don't know of any. Why? I mean, there are some white Muslims that have started some Sufi groups, but I don't know of any. I don't know of any white
Right.
Muslims that just started because there were white Muslims and didn't want. I actually haven't looked on Meetup in a few years. I mean, that might be a good idea to
Ah,
look at.
yeah, I had a look on your behalf,
Mhm.
but it was mostly dating, Muslim dating.
Yeah, dating or younger people.
Yeah,
Younger people don't like hanging around with old people either.
yeah.
So. hmm Yeah, I don't know what that was. What did he? Why did I don't know what? I'm still trying to figure out what it is he wanted. I don't know what he wanted.
I think he did find you a curiosity, but I think it was the fact that you understood secular Quranism that freaked him out, I think.
He wasn't articulating your idea. You have not said everyone has to be under the no-hide laws. The no-hide laws are on in all three religions anyway.
Yeah, and you said everything perfectly correctly about ranking them, and
Mm.
and so the Jews would find themselves support,
I don't know why he got mad at me when I
doing
said that.
dawah on behalf of
I don't know
Muslims.
why he got mad when you said that. I was really interested. I just wanted to hear what his agenda was for white people. I haven't heard anything of substance except your idea.
Well, maybe you can go back and see.
I don't
I
I
don't know.
don't know what happened, but I can't see his picture anymore or sound over
Um,
there.
okay. I think
I don't know. I think maybe he got disconnected. I don't know.
I think we can have a listen at what he's saying now, I suppose. He's still going on.
hmm
Shall we do that?
But you want me to go over there now? So I
No,
click
no,
out
no.
of here.
We can listen here, and if
Oh,
there's
okay,
anything,
sure.
yeah.
Why
Okay.
not? Let's see
All
what
right.
that is. Yeah,
Okay. I'll do that now.
interesting. You should know how to use this computer player.
I try
Mhm.
and make use of its functionalities.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, I think he's finished. What a shame he's finished. Um,
Oh,
but we can go back to the bit when he was all horrified at you.
okay.
So lead to some of that.
Oh, I don't know where it is now.
That's pretty early.
Christianity, it's been argued.
It was very early. I was talking to him. I was the first person in the chat.
Mm. It was quite a short. I think
Mhm.
it's quite a short stream.
I think he was about. I think he was about an hour. Yeah, I don't know.
I think. Well, it says it's about 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
So I'm just going to try and find out where you appeared, and then you weren't there
Okay.
for very long, and then the rest of it was him talking properly.
Mhm. Yeah, we can listen to it again. It wasn't very long when I was
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Okay.
Both the important reverence
Oh, I
and
can't hear
respect
him.
for
Hold on, I haven't started yet.
Oh, okay.
all the freedom of the choice. Without the choice,
Can you hear
the
anything?
choice for
Not
marriage,
really. No, he's very low.
you really don't have choice. You don't have
Oh,
agency. You're just
Let me see. Maybe I'll turn my.
a free for all, and the kind of
is that better?
Yeah,
sort
make
of
that
love
go
the
up
jungle
more on your
situation.
side.
Mm.
But we have the choice to not.
Okay, now
be
that's on the same
I'll be with
level
you in
as
just
you.
a
Okay.
second. White Muslim woman. We have that
Okay.
choice to be unmarried and single, which and that would be a freedom that's already a liberty that's already as well, and hugely appealing for a lot of people, and a big advantage over Islam for us. Okay, here we go. Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm okay.
Mhm.
So what brings you here?
Claire said I might enjoy listening to your show.
Aha. Did you hear the earlier part?
No, I was too busy trying to figure out how to get off of YouTube.
Aha. Well, we were talking about all sorts of things. Now, you are Claire's lone adherent to secular Coranism, so far as.
Oh, I didn't know.
How long have you been a Muslim?
About 40 years.
About what?
40 years.
40 years.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And you're in the United States.
Yeah, I'm in the US. I'm American. Yeah. White American, brought up Catholic.
You that's very uncommon for a white American woman to be a Muslim for going back 40 years. There's not too
No,
much.
it's not uncommon. They're just spread out, and they usually quit going to the masjid. They're actually more around than what people think. But it's hard to run into the network with them because they're split up across the country. It's not like a big bunch in one town, say. Yeah.
Hmm.
A lot of them don't wear scarves because of that. Mhm.
So I mean,
Mhm.
have you been confronted with prejudice?
Well, sure. Quite a lot.
Are you down south? You sound as if you are.
No, I'm not from down south. I'm from California.
Aha. What part of California?
Well, I don't want to get into all my super duper personal details. I've already been doxxed online one time and all this.
Well, California is pretty big.
Yeah.
Southern, central. I don't think it's gonna.
Well, I've lived in both areas. I've lived in the state, so I was born in this state and I've lived here until now. So I've lived in several places in the state. So I lived up north and I've lived down south.
I'm always interested to know. So you've been there quite a while.
Mhm.
You must have noticed what there's probably not a good change in the state over those years. Is that true?
You mean if I notice this turned into a liberal nightmare? Sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess you could say that
Kind of
about.
hard to miss it.
I guess you can say that about Islam, is that it's an alternative to liberalism, isn't it?
Oh well, no. There's a large number of Muslims that are liberals. Liberalism, they march down to the border and sing towards the open border stuff with a bunch of pagans and things. I mean, there's
Well,
a big
it is
secular push
okay.
in liberalism within the Muslim community. It's a huge one.
Well, it is a universal religion, so that's quite possible that would correspond.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It is a universal religion, so open borders would not necessarily be.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Open borders. Why? What's the
Well,
point?
of course it's ridiculous, but what I'm saying is that it could be a policy that would not trouble Muslims in as much as they are a universal religion.
Well, I have a problem with it.
I can understand that too.
Yeah, I have a big problem with it. I'm not. That's really playing into the immigrant agenda. Having open borders like that, they're coming here to make this country what they want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not my idea of a great plan. I mean, that's not my idea of what this country should turn into.
Well, it's not necessarily only their plan either. It's
Well, sure it is. They want.
no. Wait. Let me say what I meant to say with that. It's not only their plan. It's also there is La Raza and Reconquista, but there's also people in high places who are planning this too, who
Well,
are
sure.
facilitating them. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Sure. Yeah, there's people letting them do it. That's what it comes down to. People are letting them do it. So.
Now, you said you were originally a Catholic.
Mm-hmm. That's why my mother was Catholic, so she put me in the Catholic Church. That's what she did. I got I did the communion, but I didn't become confirmed. I never actually joined the church.
Me too. I'm the only one in my family who didn't get a confirmation. I was did communion, but not confirmed. Same year.
I didn't take the classes for confirmation either.
No, me neither.
Yeah. So anyway, so
what's the point? Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
Is your husband? Well, I guess your husband's a Muslim.
Sure he is.
And you have kids.
I had kids. Yeah, they're adults.
Okay. And what do you think about people who want no part of Islam? Someone like myself I'm not.
It doesn't bother me.
Okay. And I suppose I'm not going to go around trying to deproselytize you either. But I mean, Claire Caw is just barking up the wrong tree when she tries to impose that stuff here, because it's not going to happen.
I think it's an interesting idea she has. I never heard of somebody have the idea quite like the way she does. I don't see any conflict between general Islamic ideas on society and the way my father used to be. I don't see any difference between it.
Well, maybe there is. I don't know what your father was like, but I have to disagree about one thing. I don't find Claire Caw's idea interesting at all.
No, I do. I think it's quite interesting. I think the Muslims should join it.
Okay. We'll disagree. That's all.
What idea that you don't like?
How about just everything? It's Abrahamic. It's universalistic. It's alien to European peoples. Um, on and on. All the usual arguments that one would make against Islam, and it's unnecessary, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen by me.
She's not promoting belief in anything.
Well, whatever she's promoting, I don't want it. I've
Well,
heard
if
it.
you don't, can you
I've
articulate
heard it.
what
I've heard it.
she's
I've heard it 1,000. I've heard it 1,000 times, and she keeps trying. And
Well, I don't hear anybody repeating what she said. That's the thing that's interesting to me is, I've just been watching a little bit of this, and nobody seems to be able to articulate what she's saying, other than that she's trying to force
what she
everyone
said?
to be
Yeah. Well, what she's saying is that that she wants to. She thinks that the Abrahamic God is the most powerful God, and that that everybody should follow the Noahide laws, and
That's not what she's saying.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Absolutely, is what she's saying.
Absolutely, it's not. I can
She
read.
definitely is promoting the Noahide laws. Then
No, she's not. She asked some rabbis to rank it Islam according to the Noahide laws. That's what
she definitely said that she's promoting the Noahide laws.
Well, Noahide laws are in all three religions anyway.
Well, they're all three religions, and they're all three religions, Abrahamic religions, none of which I want any part of. I don't want any part of Christianity, and I want.
Well, you don't have to believe anything.
Well, I don't. Yeah, well, I don't. And I don't have to believe in her take on things either. I don't.
Well, don't. But you're not telling me. You're not articulating to me what she's actually proposing.
Okay,
and a lot of people saying you have to believe anything. Her proposal is you don't have to believe anything. You don't have to.
Okay, well, and I'm sorry, I don't care.
I think there's a big time lapse on this computer every time I talk to everybody for some reason, because it seems like.
Well,
I think I have to pause longer, so I'm sure people aren't talking.
I think it's probably a better idea that you go over to Claire's side, because this is going nowhere. I want no part of what she's saying. I'm not interested in what an emissary of hers has to say. So I'm sorry. Thanks for trying, but
Trying what?
I'm just not. Really, I'm not interested in talking with a Muslim who's trying to promote clericalism of any way, shape, or form. I've talked to some Muslims who are not like trying to promote their religion somehow, and that's fine. That woman is intelligent and is worth talking to, and there was even a Pakistani guy who called me once, and he was quite reasonable. He told me that talking to Claire, that's like talking to a brick wall. And it's true. But this trying to tell me that I don't understand Claire Call, should understand her, should care what she has to say, like I haven't talked to her too many times. I always finish with at best a little bad taste in my mouth. Last time she finished by saying, "Oh well, these waves of immigration, that's just a natural flow through America. It's always been that way." This is not what I don't need to hear this crap.
Okay. All right. You there, Claire?
Silly me, I did hear you, but I was talking away, but I forgot to unmute myself. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess he got mad when your name came up, but he knew I was friends with you from the beginning. I don't know what his I don't know. And then he said something about he was more interested. It sounded like at the end there he's saying he was more interested in somebody that was going to try to give him arguments why to follow Islam.
He mentioned that woman who is this Lebanese Muslim who
Hmm.
lived in the States but is now in Lebanon, and sort of saying, well, I don't mind that Muslim, but I mind this one because I guess he disapproves of you more than he disapproves of the. I don't know. I guess he just needs to get used to
I think he
things.
wanted me to argue some kind of a case for why someone should believe in Islam. Is that maybe that's what he wanted to really talk about?
I don't know, but I mean, okay, we know that he rejects all the Abrahamic faiths.
Hmm.
So whenever he says that, I say, but how are you going to make white people do all the things you want them to, and work together to do whatever it takes to get their country back and that kind of thing, and he has no answer to that because his idea is that we're going to form shadow communities, and then when the time is right, we will unionize and do what is
Shadow
necessary.
communities. He's kind of like talking about what, setting up something like Jack and Jill for white people.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, a
What is that?
shadow community would be like a separate community alongside another one. I'm just trying to picture what he's talking about.
I'm not really sure. I mean, that's a phrase I remember, but even then, it's sort of, yes, you can have shadow communities with secret meetings who do stuff together, but the networks have to be there, and but
Okay, okay. This is what happened here, though. I went in to watch because he told me it might be interesting. He had me come on, and then I mentioned you in the beginning. He said that, or he mentioned you even, and are you Claire's friend? And it went on from there. I have an avatar that says white Muslim woman, and then he got mad and booted me off when I wasn't saying what exactly. I was going to try to ask him what exactly is it that they're trying to do, like what their plan is what I wanted to talk about. Except he mentioned a couple of things that you and a few things you said, but he wasn't articulating what you said. I mean, he seems educated. I'm sure he could understand what your arguments have been. So I don't understand why he's acting like you're. I don't know.
I
I
don't know
don't
either.
know.
I'm
I
just
don't
trying to
know.
work out his emotions, and I think it's the fact that you sound so all American, and I think that's what upsets him more than if he comes across somebody
Well,
who
more to me like he doesn't want someone to go against his opinion is what it came off of, which is, I guess it's his show, but I I don't know. I don't want to make up a fake answer. If somebody he brought these subjects up, I didn't really start a subject on there. I was waiting for opportunity to ask him exactly what his platform is.
yeah. Yeah, and then he complained like this isn't a debate platform. I don't know if you heard that bit
I don't
after.
want to debate. I'd like to be clear about what I'm
Mm.
talking about and what somebody else is saying. If somebody's going to say somebody said something, and my understanding is that's not what they said, I'm going to point that out.
Mm.
But he says he doesn't like what it was, and I just wanted to know what it was about your thing he didn't like. I don't know, Claire. Nobody seems to be able to talk normally
They're
on
all crazy around here, I'm afraid. I
something
mean,
like that.
this is what I've had to
Hmm.
deal with, and I'm just so happy to meet a sane woman at last. But
So,
maybe it's just the two of us. We're
I
all
don't know.
alone.
I don't know, but what's that got to do with understanding what somebody else is saying?
Well, I suppose
We're
you
all
have to look.
talking English here. We're all speaking English. I don't understand why he couldn't say exactly why he. It was very clear to me that your thing about the no hide laws. I don't know how he decided it wasn't, and I don't know. I don't know. I think I was talking to a man that didn't want to have a woman disagreeing with him. Is what I think was going on, but I can't be sure of that because I don't know him.
Well, he does behave like that. So
Uh-huh.
he would take a long time to make his point, and somebody would interrupt him, and he would talk even quicker. to finish his point, or he'd begin a long rambling explanation, and you say you don't understand, but he'll insist on finishing.
Well, he didn't
Instead of,
make any explanations about anything.
oh,
And then I don't know. I was interested in talking about his ideas in comparison to yours.
yeah, I'm sure, on another occasion when he's got over the shock of meeting you.
I don't know if there was a shock involved. I think he just. I don't know why he got angry at the end either. I really don't know what the problem was. Except it looks like he doesn't like you. In which case, why did he let someone on that he knew was a friend of yours on, so he could just click him off at the end? That it doesn't make sense to me why a grown man would do something like that. To be
Well, I don't
honest,
think
I
he's
just
ever.
wouldn't let him on the show if I thought you were, a pain or or irritation. I wouldn't let your friend on. He knew I was your friend. Somebody told him.
Yeah. Well, I think really he sort of felt he had to let you on because he was such a curiosity, and then he couldn't bear it anymore.
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know what he thought.
Mm,
I don't know. It would have been nice to have a normal conversation, but that's okay.
yeah, yeah. But
Mhm.
they are like that, I mean, I kind of want to take you around to all of them to see if they, how they react. But it is usually a very emotional response. I suppose it's because they think, oh, I don't know, what's the expression when the vultures are circling, something like that, and they
I don't know.
like it.
Why would a white conservative have a problem talking to another white conservative woman? I don't know why a man would have a problem with that.
I
Really.
guess I guess he is an Islamophobe. I mean, in the true sense of the word, having an irrational hatred and fear.
It didn't seem to be in the beginning. He didn't seem to be exhibiting that exactly, but I don't know what he said before he started talking to me because I was trying to figure out how to get the YouTube talk, clicked off. So maybe he was talking about Islamic, hatred or something before I got on. I don't know.
Well, we know he doesn't like Islam, and he wants to reject all the Abrahamic faiths, which doesn't make sense either. And I asked him, so what, you're going to go for neo-paganism? And he said yes and no, and
So
maybe and whatever.
is his idea he's going to have shadow communities that exclude all Christians? That's a real new. That's a real new one.
Yeah.
He wants to exclude all Christians from a
I'm not even
white
sure.
shadow community.
I believe so. I mean, you see, I try to ask these questions and he kicks me off because he hasn't quite decided yet. He just knows what he doesn't want and what he doesn't want
Oh,
to
he's sort of
discuss.
trying to start this, and he's feeling out his ideas on it. Still, is that what
Mm.
you're saying?
Yeah, I
Maybe.
think the sort of like an infant that he's trying to protect from our prying eyes. He won't tell us exactly what it is. We can't even look at it in any detail because he hasn't worked it out, and we know he never will because there
Well, how
is no
long has he
time.
been trying to work it out? Is he something new on the internet?
Years. Well,
Years.
I've known him for years. Yes.
For years, he's been on here, and he still can't articulate what his plan is exactly. So
DNA.
this doesn't make any sense.
Well, a lot of them don't. I mean, okay, even the more successful channels, the bigger channels, they
Mm-hmm.
haven't really got anything more than we're going to homeschool our kid and our grandchildren, and eventually they will overthrow the government because of
Well,
the
I,
way
I
we
I
homeschool
got
them.
that idea. I got that idea. I'm not into government overthrow or anything, but the idea that you're going to homeschool your kids, wait two generations when the replacement of white people is falling yearly, and then after two generations, there's all of a sudden going to be a bunch of white people that are going to be able to do this seems a little not
Optimistic.
well thought out. Let's put
Mm.
it that way. It's not a good plan from that standpoint. I don't know that it's.
Yeah, I think that they're just well, as long as we don't have to do it, we're okay. We'll pretend that our children and grandchildren are going to do it, but we're not. You know, we're just going to waste time.
But why overthrow the government? Why not? Yeah, it's just not making any sense.
It doesn't make sense. I mean, and that's why they flee from
Doesn't
it,
seem
because they
realistic.
can't answer any of these questions.
It doesn't
No.
seem realistic to me. This type of approach doesn't seem like it's workable or realistic.
It's just displacement therapy. It's just something to do to occupy their time before they pop their clogs, and that's how they're going to, occupy their time. They're not serious about, actually making a difference or considering ideas that might actually work. I don't think they are. They're just going to waste each other's time talking about ideas that will never get off the ground, while complaining about Jews and Muslims and how they've been, corrupted and subverted by,
Well, they might get something off the ground if they have something else going on besides what I'm seeing. I don't know if they have anything of more of substance in the background or not. Kind of doesn't sound like it though.
Hmm.
It kind of sounds a little. Sounds a little. I don't know. It's disappointing, Claire. It's just disappointing. We have this nice country here, and everyone's, they're just throwing it away.
And they can't even think the right thoughts that would lead to. Okay, I don't know if anything is going to work, but I think at least, what I've said is, I've pointed to the problem. I've said this is the solution. And, the next thing to do is talk about it in a rational and honest way. I mean, that must be the logical next step, and maybe something can be done. But they can't even think the thought to say the thing that needs to be done.
Well, okay, if they became, okay, let's say they all become Muslim. Everybody becomes Muslim, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to become Muslim, and then they are going to use their cultural lens to implement it or whatever. So you're going to accept Sharia, and then you're going to take over Sharia, and then the whole situation's deflated. I mean, how is that such a horrible idea? In theory, I don't see the bad theory there. Then you have a more conservative society where people are having children, where they feel like having children is a real choice option.
Mm-hmm.
In a family setting. I'm not saying this is a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
Well, the thing is, if you're
And
talking,
it makes more sense than waiting 2 generations. I mean, they're already saying they don't want to be part of the church, and they don't want to, they don't want to be Jews or anything. And you have a whole bunch of these, Muslim immigrants that come on that apparently they don't want Sharia law here. It seems to me if they co-opt Sharia law, they won. I mean, that doesn't seem like a bizarre plan. I mean, I'm just regular Muslim. I'm not advocating changing Sharia law. I can just see people emailing me about that, changing it. I'm not advocating something like that, but I'm saying is that seems like a more realistic plan. All white nationals run over, take Shahada, sit around the masjids, and just take over Sharia law in this country. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Because if you take the idea and then take it over, I mean that's a conquesting kind of idea, which fits in with white history. Mm-hmm. We're going to conquest here, take over. I mean, that seems more like a cultural idea. That's what they did with Christianity, right?
What happened with Christianity? Sorry,
they used Christianity. I seriously, I don't think they all believed in it or anything. They used Christianity as a way to consolidate some sort of kind of a unity thing. Mm-hmm. But if they don't have that anymore, and they don't want to promote that anymore, and you got all these hordes of immigrants who are, outnumbering them, at least in the faith community sense of a way. Why not co-opt the faith community itself? Why not?
Mm.
I'm not advocating this as, I mean, I'm not saying, you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking in theory here. That seems to me like more of a plan. Like, okay, I'm a white national. I want to take over. Let's run over to the masjid. Let's run over to the masjids, and we're going to overpopulate them and take over. That's what the Muslims do themselves when they take over masjids.
Mm.
Like somebody opens a masjid, and then another group of immigrants come in, a different set. They go in there and they outvote them on the bylaws and take over the whole building. Why don't they do that? That sounds like a plan. But they're not even suggesting any plan at all. Not that, not anything that sounds like it might actually be a plan. I'm not hearing anything that sounds like a plan.
I've been monitoring these groups for years. I mean, they're not interested in planning. They're interested in blaming Jews. That's all they do.
Well, what's that going to do? What's that going to do for you sitting around talking about who you hate? Okay, I hate them. I could talk about someone I hate for years, and I mean, I can go on every day about it. It's not going to change reality around me just talking like that. Expect a little bit more. Thinking. I expect a little bit better plan. If they don't come up with one, somebody else will. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And why not avoid a race war? What's wrong with avoiding a race war to do it? We can avoid a race war. We don't have to push it to the point of having some kind of race war, or everyone's going to start, shooting everybody and all this kind of stuff.
No, I mean, just talking about it would be a start, realistically, not about some, let's just, there's nothing we can do now. Everything has to be allowed to fall down and fail,
Well,
and we will build back better
based on
in
what
future
are they thinking that?
generations.
Based on what?
I
Based
don't
on
know.
what? Some idea of a cyclical culture that rises, ascends and descends and rises up again like that? I don't see
Yeah,
the
the
Roman
Kali
Empire
Yuga.
anywhere. Roman Empire, it decayed and went out. This will decay and go out if they don't do something to stop it. I mean, it's already in a decay. So
Yeah, it's a shame, because the ideas are there. In theory, it could be done. In theory, it could be done, but it's not being considered on purpose. Because these men don't want to do anything. They don't want to risk anything.
It's not even being considered on a level of, as an exercise of thinking outside the box, that maybe they'd actually come up with an idea that's better. Okay, instead they just want to shut down discussing that, even having it as a game, or like let's play a game. Let's play Claire's idea, and can you come up with a better idea? They can't even do that. A bunch of white men can't come up with a better idea than a Malaysian woman in England came up with. That's what we're talking about here. They can't even come up with a better idea. Where's the free thinking? Where's the looking at a problem solving? Where's any of it except sitting around talking about who they hate? It sounds like kids on a playground or something. I mean, this isn't a playground. This is a country. Does anybody care that these values and stuff that are being promoted will lead to the total destruction of this culture and country? And then where are they going to go? Where's everybody going to go? Right?
Nobody will want them. That's the thing. It's like
nobody will want them.
Nobody will want them to as workers or anything like that.
Well, nobody will want them, and nobody will want to live here. I mean, people are coming over here because of what this used to be, or what it was, and now they're all buying into these values that are tearing it apart. I mean, this is a really big concern, really, when you think about it. Now, I'm going to be dead, hopefully, before the whole thing falls apart. But this is like, where's the men coming to the forefront and saying, yeah, we're gonna save this country and we're gonna do something good, instead of these juvenile ideas about beating up somebody behind a bar somewhere. I'm not impressed by this.
There are no real men anymore.
Well, then
literally.
why don't they talk about that? Why don't they talk about turning themselves into men instead of sitting around? I didn't hear anything. Okay, I'm open minded. I'm willing. I am begging. Can the white men come up with a better idea? And I don't hearing it. I don't hear one, and that's what's really distressing to me.
And they want to suppress the idea, the only idea that's going around.
They don't want to even come up with an idea.
Mm.
They're keeping the status quo. Why? The status quo idea is losing. It's losing. It's losing the country because that's not what this country was built on. It wasn't built on the idea of the status quo. Not in the beginning.
Well, even the status quo needs maintenance, you know, and they're not even thinking of doing that.
Well,
Everything needs
what
maintenance.
is their status quo? They don't have a status quo that anybody would possibly want in the end either. Okay, so you have these immigrants, they're all here, and then I mean they don't want to be like these white people either. Not really. They don't want to have their families all ruined with this
Mm.
liberal agenda, but now they're using the liberal agenda and they're losing their families because they want to be part of a political system. They sold out on the religion to be part of a system. That's selling out and giving up their moral code. And I don't think they even realize that if you're talking to them, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they'll become, well, Jews who vote Democrat, who don't know anything about their own religion because they're so totally assimilated to the local culture, and the culture is not making them any smarter.
I'm saying, what's the offering here? If they want people to, okay, they let them in. They let them in. So okay, so they want to have some talk with government. What, sending most of them back? You know, the ones that aren't citizens or something. They're not even saying that. These people aren't saying anything.
They have already given up, really.
Well, then what's the point
That's
of?
why they're fantasizing about their
Well, if
neo-pagan
you're going to
religions.
fantasize, why fantasize? Get a second job then. I mean, I don't see any point to it if this is the best they can do. And I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm just asking, what are you guys going to offer that's better? And then we're going to have a discussion about it. You know, at least I want to feel like I'm talking to somebody that can articulate somebody else's idea the way it is. So I feel like I'm talking to someone who can understand anyone. Okay, nobody has to agree with your idea. You know, you're not even trying to get people to become Muslim. You're not trying to get people really to become anything except get rid of these liberal values. And you're trying to make them think about it, and they're not. I don't know. It's just what
They don't want to
happened.
think about it. They don't want to think about it if it's anything to do with the Quran.
What
And
has happened to them that they can't answer a white housewife's question? An uneducated white housewife who never finished college. They can't answer her question because she's not worth talking to. You can't answer my question. Do I have some big intellectual question that's off the moon here? No. They don't even attempt to answer it. Now that tells me that they don't have value towards white people themselves. They don't value themselves enough to think maybe this other white person will understand the importance of conservative values and help build the white culture back, because the white culture is in decay. So they can't understand that they can't even talk to a dumb housewife. I'm very unimpressed with this. This isn't intellectualism. This is nothing. It's not even an exercise in writing a term paper. Like let's like the pros and cons of something. It's nothing. They have no offering. Now, if they have an offering, let's hear it. I'm a white woman, white middle class woman in this country. I want to hear an offering. Do white people have one? And I don't hear one at all. I hear nothing. This is nothing. This is knocking on a door that's not answering.
Crickets.
Something like that. Yeah, this is really shocking. Really shocking. If you really think about it in depth, it's just shocking that the people who came from a heritage of people that, they took over Europe, ran around in the old days, took over Europe, they went across, they took over Australia, they took over, the United States, they took over Canada, and now they're just like throwing it all down the sewer. Why? Why are they giving it back? Why give it back? I mean, I'm not saying this like a big racist thing or something, but why would you give it back after all that work that went on in your history to get it? Why would you just throw it away? Who else is doing this? Now, a lot of people seem to think there was enough value in this country that they're trying to come here, and then they come in, and then they're trying to take it over and make it their own. That is actually a natural behavior. This isn't natural. This is like people standing there and saying, "Go ahead and I give up now. I'm just going to give up, and I'm just going to talk about how much I hate you." It's like a little kid sitting in a chair saying, "I hate you," in the corner or something.
It's a kind of bystander apathy. They think it's somebody else's job to do something.
Yeah, pretty much. But they don't even seem to know what job they want them to do. You're like, okay, how about coming up with a lousy list of what you think is really going to do it, instead of this idea we're going to wait 2 generations. We're going to wait 2 generations with a population that is, maybe if it was a population that was growing in numbers, that would make some sense. But it's a population that is dwindling in numbers. I mean, I told you the other day, there's all these 30-year-old guys, white guys that make good money now, that go get vasectomies. They're not even married. They got vasectomies. So not only are they not getting married and having kids, they're making sure nobody has their kid ever. I mean, what is that? That's like, it's an incredible situation, and it's like nobody seems to see this. They can't see the what it's going to turn into. What their logic is actually, the end of this logic is going to be.
They don't care as long as enough of Western civilization survives in their lifetime, and after they're dead, they don't care, I guess. It's like they don't care about abstract ideas like national interest or posterity, or what any descendants they might think of them, because, well, they know they're not having any descendants, so they don't care.
Yeah, so they care about their culture and people, but we're not going to do anything about it. That's not caring. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. Now, okay, they don't want to be Muslim and stuff. I get all that. But, if they became Muslim, these guys might actually would care about their own people. But they don't. They just want to articulate what they think these immigrants' idea about Muslim is. I mean, he wasn't even going to listen to me. You can like your own people. I mean, usually it was groups of people that became Muslim. It wasn't one person. This makes no sense. None of this thinking makes any sense, except that the government has dummied down education to the point they can't even read.
They can't even think or make logical deductions, or
they can't even talk to somebody like that. I mean, that shows you a real failure in intellectual prowess, that's the best they can do. And I'm not saying it to be condescending because they booted me off, but what we're going to spend a whole bunch of time talking about a pot farmer? Okay, I mean, that's great for her growing the pot farm up there in Santa Cruz or whatever. I did see part of that show, but how's that helping white people? It's legal. She can grow it. Okay, grow it. But how's that helping white people?
I don't get it.
You said Daniel was a schmoozer. What did you mean?
Well, it seems like when I'm watching the show, it seems like he wants to talk to women so he can kind of be the little teacher to them or something.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit, but I haven't watched enough of shows to be sure about it. But it kind of reminded me of what some of these college professors in junior college used to act like, kind of in the '60s. They try to schmooze up the young girls coming on campus. Kind of
Mm-hmm.
reminded me of that because they have a little bit of authority, and then somebody can the girls kind of look up to them. Kind of like the thing with the high school girl wants to marry the guy in college, or I'm not married, date the guy in college, or
Mm-hmm.
the girl in junior high has a high school boyfriend, a little bit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Schmoozing and stuff. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine that he would have sat there talking about the pot farm that long with a man.
I know.
I'm not making fun of the woman in her pot farm. I'm not making fun of her at all. Okay, I'm
I
not.
understand. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but okay, but do we need schmoozers? Do we need someone who can schmooze up to a woman and then, you know, he wants to help white people, but he can't even talk to a white middle class white woman. I mean, old middle. I grew up middle class. Probably I would consider a little bit under middle class now. I don't know.
Huh.
Middle class is dwindling away in this country, but you can't talk to him. I had somebody years ago who made a very good statement. Okay, a lot of times somebody become women, white women or somebody become Muslim, and they were at odds with talking about what some of the women are talking about in the community, like the immigrant women, or even the other converts, like how do you make a scarf, this kind of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they get irritated because it turns into that when their idea of a conversation maybe is a little bit more, I don't know, maybe they want to talk about politics or something, and these women didn't. They were talking about their sewing.
Mm-hmm.
And someone made a comment to me, you're too smart for it. And I just kind of thought, oh, I'm supposed to be too smart for this? And I went out and bought a used sewing machine.
Hmm.
Do you understand? Now, if he can't talk at a level that could convince a white middle class woman brought up in the United States, that convince them that he's got a program, that he has an idea for our people, then he doesn't have an idea. He doesn't have an idea he can even articulate about his own. And that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay? That's pretty bad.
And I wanted to tell you that he and I have had this conversation for quite a few times, and I said, well, you've got to do something about feminism, and then when you take away those rules that take away your solidarity and your ability to organize yourselves, then you can do something about the immigration. And that's all I said. And he was like, no, it's got to be, we've got to secure our borders first. And I said, well, yes, but you can't do anything to secure your borders unless you have a different kind of organization that will allow you to do anything.
Well,
and right now, you can't do anything.
What is his idea? What's his idea of securing the borders? What is it? That he can't do it? That's his idea? He can't do it.
No. And I said, you're putting the horse before the cart. First you articulate a moral system that will allow you the kind of hierarchy and organization that will let you do all these things. And he simply refused because I think it would upset the feminists. He doesn't want to upset the feminists.
Well, I don't know who he doesn't want to upset, but he's not being convincing to white women if this is all he's offering. Okay, now I understand your idea. What is his idea about taking care of this mess coming across the border? Because this is unbelievable what's going on.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
I know. Well,
So
I'm glad you're here to witness it because I can barely believe it myself. And it is as if he doesn't want to tackle the real thing, which is gender relations, the willingness and ability of people to get married and stay together and form families. He's not interested because he doesn't want to get married. That is the thing. All these men who complain, they don't want to marry. That's why they can't get it. They will never get it because they don't want to get married.
Well, yeah, that's a big part of it. But I mean, he's not okay. I'm pretty close to the border, to be honest. And they had a lot of people going down there with trucks and lighting up the trucks with lights so that the border patrol could at least see these people coming across. This is before the Trump wall fiasco and all that kind of stuff. Well, that was a plan. That was at least some sort of a plan, a short-term plan. That was something. Okay, is he really saying that a bunch of white men can't figure out what to do about the border and try to affect any kind of solution? They just can't do it? Because some of these other people were down there with trucks putting the lights on. Now, I'm not advocating beating people up. I'm not advocating that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not advocating beating them up, but I see nothing wrong with that, at least as a plan. This guy doesn't have any plan at all. I don't know why any white people are listening to him.
Well, they don't. But what about the bigger people with the bigger channels? They don't have any idea either. Which is the other thing, right? They
Well,
don't
then what
have
are they
any
doing?
idea.
What are they serving?
They're just YouTubers who collect their super chats and have viewers and live viewers and subscribers, and that's it. And that's all they care about.
Oh, Claire, this is so pathetic.
Yeah. A political commentator said it's as if they have motor neuron disease. This is a Jewish commentator, by the way, but Israel isn't doing all that well either. It's like they can't do anything. They literally can't organize themselves. They might think they might like to do something, but they just can't do it. And I'm saying it's actually the hierarchy that's all wrong, because the reality is that all these men are afraid of women because the laws are against them, because, well, a man could be accused of a historic sexual offense, of rape that perhaps took 20 years ago, but he's going to go down for it as soon as the accusation is made. And they're afraid, and they're not going to risk anything. If they have wives, they know their wives can divorce them under the rules of no fault divorce. And they don't want to risk it. So I guess, even the senior men who maybe even understand what I'm saying are not going to risk anything. The older they are, the more interested they are in collecting their pensions, or they know that, their wives will soon be their nurse, and they don't want to upset her. Maybe the average age in America is just too high. You might have some kind of revolution if they're in their 20s, but in their 40s, I guess they're worried about their pensions or, their comforts. I don't know.
I don't
Or
know.
their Zimmer frames.
I expected I expected this idea. Let's applaud it. I mean, I'm talking about me as if it wasn't me. Let's pretend like it wasn't me talking to this guy Daniel. Okay, so I don't like her. I'm clicking her off. I don't want her telling me what this other lady said because I know better. So he's pretty much telling me I'm too stupid and I can't read. Well, I'm telling him he's being stupid and he can't read if he's saying that's what you said. Okay, now I wasn't even there to even really talk about you. You know what I'm saying? But I would like to feel like I'm talking to somebody who's being honest with what they're talking about. And am I just supposed to buy into any smoke screen somebody throws up and then they're going to use that for an excuse to throw me off a channel because they didn't want me to talk when they were the ones that put me on there anyway? I didn't push myself onto the little talk screen, the little this thing.
Live chat, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And he should be able to articulate better, at least his plan. If he can't even talk about your plan, how about talking about his own plan? Right?
Well, I guess he knew with your no nonsense approach that you would blow up his plan in a minute.
I don't know what it was. I
Well, it
don't know.
wasn't much of a plan. I mean, I've done it. That's always the
Well,
point when he kicks me off.
it's a shadow community, kind of
Mm.
like he wants to run a what he wants to do. He wants to run something similar to the Iraqi National Congress outside of Iraq that's going to be ready to take over when we come back in. Is that what he's trying to say?
I think
What
so.
what the heck is a shadow community anyway? I mean, is that what he's saying? Well,
I,
just say it. Just say it. We're going to have we're going to create the White National Congress. We're going to do that. Right? That's what the Iraqis did, and then they came over here and lobbied to get the United States to attack, and then they did.
Mhm,
They were lobbying for that war, Iraqis.
mhm,
It was a huge lobby. It was a big deal. They were
mhm.
lobbying for it. One of the Iraqi National Congresses was inside one of the masjids one weekend. They were all over there, having a big meeting.
Why did they want America to invade Iraq? I mean, I thought it was just a pretext, but you're saying that there were actually real people who
People were
wanted it.
lobbying. They were over here lobbying for it, Iraqis. They were one known to act like now they weren't. Well, they were.
But how did it make sense for them? Were they? They must have been deluded.
They wanted to get rid of Saddam. They wanted to get rid of them, and they were dumb enough to think the Americans would do it for free. Bush, Daddy Bush said something about the Iraqis and about that helping them, and they thought he was really going to come help them, and they all went into this shrine there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they all started fighting, and then they ended up in a shrine, and Saddam's forces came in and shot them all down, a whole bunch of them. I don't know how many people went in there. I don't remember how many people were in there. But I went to Iraq one time and went into the shrine, and you could see the bullet holes going across the wall and stuff. It hadn't all been repaired yet, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you could see the bullet holes everywhere, and you could tell the weapons had been on automatic from the spacing.
Mm-hmm.
It was a bloodbath in there. It was a bloodbath. And so they had some meant they were going to really help them. So they went over, and so then finally it kind of happened. The United States was interested because Iraq has a lot of mineral deposits besides oil,
Mm-hmm.
uranium, and this kind of stuff. And so what they wanted was a government that was set up as a federation, which is what they set up. Each part of the federation can't block sales another part of the federation makes. So in other words, if this area with all the uranium, if they wanted to sell the uranium, the other members of the federation can't stop the sale.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically a government set up to rape more resources out of the place.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the Americans were over there. They weren't over there because they loved Iraqis. And I guess the Iraqis kind of thought this would be okay, and then I guess and then it's just kind of everybody's still squabbling and all that.
Yeah.
But that's what's going on. But it's very immature that they think a bunch of people are going to come in with this kind of hardware for a fight and do it for free. It's too bad that they had all these Iraqis over here. They should have asked, are the Americans going to do this for free for us? They never ask us. They never ask us anything.
Even when it's in their own interest.
Yeah, they never asked us. They never asked us. We're all sitting in these mashes. They never asked us, hey, are they going to really do it for free? They're going to come over here and do this for free? No, nobody asked us. It's like that thing about that masjid I told you about that lost control of it. No, they don't ask. Why didn't you ask? I mean, don't you think we kind of know what they're really going to do for free or not? I don't know. Anyway, so that's what happened with them. Huh?
People are so dumb, but that story you just told about the Iraqis, expecting the Americans to do it for free. I'm reminded that something similar happened to Jews. They were fighting each other, and then they invited the Romans to settle their differences for them, and the Romans took over, and the rest is history. So, do you remember that story? It was
Yeah, I
something
think I
about the
remember seeing it.
Hasmoneans, and anyway, they
Oh yeah, they're
Romans
trying to
took.
use another nation to get control in their own country and this sort of thing. But this this okay. They made a little mistake there. The Americans weren't going to leave that fast. So until they were getting a lot of what they want. In fact, they're still there pretty much. So I don't know. I don't even know why we're talking about that now, but I really am a little bit tired of listening to unreasonable plans that aren't based in reality. And in this case, with the white nationals, I'm not even getting an unreasonable plan not based in reality. I'm not getting any plan, except we're just not going to do anything until 2 generations with our great shadow community of people networking. Doing what exactly? I mean, are they going to really make a white national Congress? Okay, get on with it if you're going to do that. Let's do it. Go do it. Do it, white nationals. Get with it. Am I supposed to hold my breath? Let's say I'm 32 years old, a white woman. I'm 32 years old. I'm starting to feel the biological clock. I'm going to wait 2 generations. I'm going to wait 2 generations for white men to step up and say, let's get married and make a family, and I'm going to be committed to you. As a group, I mean, people do get married and stuff, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so they don't have any real hope of that going on. When they're real young people kind of will ask each other to get married because they don't realize how much money they're going to have to generate after they get married or something. But this isn't... once reality hits in, people aren't going for it. They're not doing anything. So I'm going to wait 2 generations. Well, that's great. If we wait 2 generations for anything to happen, what I can be secure in is that I will be dead and there's nothing going to be passed on. And weren't some of these values that made this country really good and great and stuff, weren't they something people wanted to have a piece of at one time? They wanted to have a piece of that. They wanted to have a piece of that. They could come and be something, right? Now
The
we have a bunch of
pioneering
immigrants coming in.
spirit.
We have a bunch of immigrants coming in, and a lot of them are on the handout. They got their handout. They want the handouts. They feel it's justified because the United States oppressed their people. And okay, but what do they care about? The immigrants. What is it they really care about? And why are they here? They want what? They want to make some money and then go home later? They're not going home later. They want handouts. They want to move into low-income housing. Okay. You want to move into low-income housing. We're supposed to pay for low-income housing. We're supposed to be paying all of this stuff to the point that when we retire, we don't have enough money to stay in this country. So a bunch of people coming in that have no commitment to this place or idea can stay in low-income housing. Because that's what's going on. People are talking about moving to Mexico and stuff, white Americans, because they just don't have enough money to stay here anymore. This is bad, and I'm sure Europe has the same problem. After World War II, you see a lot. Am I talking too much, Claire? I can go on.
No, I love your stories.
Well, after World War II, the aristocrats in England and stuff, they didn't have enough money to pay the taxes on their land.
Death duties.
Yeah, so they had to start selling off pieces of their land. So it ended up they had the house and the title and not the way to support it and all this. So what was I going to try to say here? Oh, so when you watch a lot of these movies like Hercule Poirot or you
Mhm.
watch these little mystery things, and the what's that called, the Orient Express, these
Mhm.
movies, you're seeing all these sort of people traveling around Europe like with some money. It was a bunch of people, that the old aristocracy, that ran out of money, and that was a cheaper way to live, was going over there. And that's why they were, fooling around in Greece and in Turkey and some of these other places. It was cheaper, they could go further on the money that they had left to live on.
Mhm.
That's what was going on. So now you have middle class Americans that are having to make the decision to leave the United States because they can't live here. And you have hordes of immigrants coming in that are getting low income housing. I mean, there's a lot of injustice going on here.
It's horrible.
It's just ridiculous. Now, if you want to let in some immigrants, a smaller number, so they could acclimate and get along here and this kind of thing, that's a little bit of a different story. But this was too many coming in here and in England. It's way too many. Way too many. I remember in 1976, I went to England, and I got off the plane at night
Mhm.
and went into Earl's Court.
Mhm.
And then I came out. I'm talking like this, and I'm a Muslim. This is what's so funny about. Anyway, so I wasn't Muslim then, but I came out in Earl's Court,
Mhm.
and what do you think I saw?
A riot?
A ton of people from looked like maybe United Emirates and Dubai and stuff. They were wearing that kind of face covering that's sort of like a mask that sits out from your face. I mean,
Mhm.
they were all over the place. And I
Mhm.
remember, and this thought really came to my head, because I come out of this place because I came in at night and got into the youth hostel at night. So I
Mhm.
come out in the morning, and this is what I saw. And I just remember my head just said, "Where are the fish and chips?" I mean, I was like, "Where are the fish and chips?" Where, and that
Yes.
was in 1976.
Yeah, I remember my parents came to London. And I said, how was it, Mommy and Daddy? And they said it was full of blacks.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw black people that were from India, some
Uh,
of that, but I just, wow. Where isn't this supposed to be England? I was kind of really surprised by it. And
yeah.
I had a good time there and stuff, and I went and saw a bunch of other places in Europe. And it was a really fun vacation for me. I mean, it was fun for me because I had always wanted to go. That was kind of like my, like a lot of black people say, we're going to take the Africa trip and get back to our roots and stuff. This was my little trip. I got to see Ireland. I got to see Germany.
Mhm.
And a little heritage look at my heritage sort of thing, and then I went home.
Mhm.
To walk out of the hotel or the youth hostel and see that, I was just totally surprised. And okay, but that's just a surface thing. Where's the values? Where's the stiff upper lip? I don't see no stiff upper lip. I see a bunch of
It's
people
a
putting their mouths
trembling,
up. Yeah,
trembling lower lip.
it's a trembling lip that's saying not much of anything and spending all this time apologizing. Okay, if they made okay, if you made a bunch of mistakes in the past, you apologize and then move on. How many
Mm.
times is a culture expected to apologize? They don't have to. They don't have to apologize.
But
It's
but I mean, the thing is that there is nothing can change unless they know what the problem is, and the problem is that, well, there is the evidence of there being a problem is that, suddenly some people called BLM said you've got to change the culture, and then the BBC and all these media outlets said, okay, we're just going to change the culture now because BLM said so. It's
what they're
extraordinary.
what they're not understanding though is what you have noticed and tried to point out to everybody is that the mere fact they're not getting married anymore is an indication they're not invested in the culture, the society, or the future. Okay, this is what you're pointing out. Now they want to say, well, we can do all this other stuff instead. Well, no, it was married families that were invested in the future. because they had children in the home. Their idea was that, we're going to build our little family up and it's going to, pass on our heritage. That's what has gone kaput. And then everybody's acting like it doesn't matter. Well, it means it is a huge indication that people are not buying into their own future or culture, that they're not marrying and having children. Okay, so and why are they doing it? It's because the culture's become so decayed, nobody in their right mind would choose it. Why would you want to marry these kind of wimpy guys that you're what you're pretty sure of is that they're going to take off? Why would the guys want to marry these women that they're pretty sure are going to take off? Why are they having a kid with somebody that, we can have a kid and stuff, but the woman's not worth getting married to because they're good enough to have a kid with, but not to get married to? Okay, that's great logic. That's great. So the woman's not good enough to get married to, but she's good enough to be the mother of your kid forever. This thinking is so ridiculous. It's so unenlightened that I can't even understand it.
Well, it's a woman who allows this to happen to her. But I've spoken to men who I know he was from New York, and he was saying, I hope that the kid of my next girlfriend is going to be not a brat. And that, this is the kind of culture of low expectations. That, if you shack up with a woman, it's going to be a single mother, and you hope her kid is not too annoying.
Yeah, that's real impressive. You're going to have a kid with somebody. It's going to wreak havoc on your body. You're going to have a kid, and then you're going to be stuck trying to be mom and dad to it from the beginning.
Oh.
That's really adult planning there. This is not, I don't know, and I don't know why people can't see it, other than that they're not seeing the people that used to live like that anymore. You're getting a generation now that's, I think they just didn't see people living like that. They didn't see that family unit. I mean, okay, I'm a kid, I'm a teenager way back then. I'm rebelling against my parents. Okay, fine. So they're going to clamp down and keep me from going out to go do this fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at least I saw that. At least I saw the stability in the family, and I knew when I got a little bit older that, well, yeah, this stuff everybody's doing is not going anywhere. I could see that. You can see that. You can see that. You see these girls, the meeting. I mean, you can see it. How many times is I don't know. But if,
they behave like prostitutes because they think that's the only way to get the attention of any man now.
They do what?
They dress like prostitutes. It's sort of, the more degraded the culture, the more everything hangs out, because the girls feel that in order to stay in the game, they have to show their wares.
I don't know why they're doing that. It's a little, I don't know. I didn't like being bothered when I was outside. So, even before I became Muslim, I dressed kind of like a hippie and stuff, but I was pretty covered up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't dress like that. I didn't want to be harassed. I didn't like being bothered. And so if women are seeing that as their only worth to do that, then society's giving them the wrong vision. Right? So, they don't have a good vision. Young people don't have a vision. When I was young, okay, I'm young. I want to, okay. Well, I wanted to go to Europe. That was my big idea. I wanted to go to Europe and travel, and I did for 2.5 months, right? Which isn't that long, but that's what I did. I did that. I saved my pennies. That's what I wanted to do. And then you ran into this later generation, right? I'll ask them, oh, well, what do you want to do? And they're telling me they want to go buy a Gucci bag. I'm like, wow, I really can't relate to the Gucci bag. Why do they want the Gucci bag? Because they're so into materialism and stuff. They can't even create a vision for themselves that's based on fun. Let's say it's a fun, like I'm going to Europe. Okay, you could look at that and say, well, that was a frivolous waste of money. Some people would have thought that.
Crazy.
Yeah. But a Gucci bag? That's your dream, a Gucci bag? You see what I'm saying? There's kind of a problem with having a vision. They don't have a vision. They don't have a vision of something better. So then you got these girls, and their big vision is, I don't know, the Gucci bag. I can't afford that, so I'm going to have a kid I can't pay for, and I'm going to get low income housing and live on that, and then I'm going to have another one so I can keep the welfare checks coming in, because they don't give them. I guess they don't give welfare checks for years and years and years like they used to. So I guess you can get it for so many years, and then you're expected to go work. So then they'll go get another kid. I knew somebody that had 4 or 5. No, she had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids from different fathers.
Yeah.
So she could stay on low income housing, and that was her idea. That was her life choice. And then finally she couldn't do it anymore. And these are true stories, I'm telling you, by the way. These aren't like some composite of a fake person, I'm telling you. So this was a real person. And so part of her plan was to get these guys. She's going to get them back to get rid of them, right? So for a couple of them were, we call them jailbirds, ex-cons. Because she as soon as she got pregnant, she would go cause a big problem down at the probation department, so they would get shipped out of town, because probation officers will get the ex-cons out of town when this starts going up with people causing, they really don't want the ex-cons going back to prison, so they send them out of town to get away from the woman who's doing this kind of stuff, because they're basically being set up.
Right, they're sperm donors, and then you can't live with.
Well, then you want to get rid of them. They have no purpose. They're not somebody you want to be married to. So we got to get rid of him, and then they get their paycheck, and they don't have any responsibility of doing the guy's laundry or having to cook him breakfast or do anything for the guy. He's just gone, and then but people are doing that. People really are doing that. That's some people are doing that, and other people are. Some people are just taking guys' wealth. I mean, I can see a man really thinking twice before getting married now. Well, he's not stupid for thinking that. But we have a society that has not promoted marriage to the point that someone finds it even desirable to stay married. That's a better choice out there than this other stuff. So
it's been half a century now.
Yeah.
3 generations.
It wasn't as noticeable to me because, I was Muslim, so I was kind of hanging around people who sort of stayed married. I mean, there was a lot of divorce with Muslims too, but married. So I was around a lot of people that were pretty much staying married. But I'm really, really saddened by what I'm seeing. The decay of what was a white culture, this white culture that used to be so great. And not only that, if these guys, these white guys even tried to make themselves into better men, it would be better for them. If they just looked at your conservative list of rules, if they tried to work on each thing just a little bit, their own life would be better. They'd be a better man. They'd be a better self-product, I guess is what I call it.
But they're scared. They're scared of women.
They're lazy, and they don't understand. They don't understand it. They just don't. They don't get it. They don't want to do it. They're seeing other people get freebies, and they don't. Why work if you're going to hand out a bunch of freebies? Why create something from nothing? You have to do a little something. They're not moving forward. White people are not moving forward anymore.
Because they don't have a religion that they believe in or follow.
I don't know about England. I mean, religion's alive down where I'm living. There's a lot of people in religion, and there's a lot of people who aren't married with kids.
But which means the religion isn't working, because any religion worth its salt would tell you not to do this sort of thing. because all the five major world religions are supposed to promote marriage and family values, right?
Well, in this idea they had of like separation of church and state, and France's idea of, I mean, their idea of separation of church and state's really extreme. And this
Yeah.
idea of doing it, they have a government that didn't even support religion in a normal way. I mean, they've supported it for votes. Like let's say a bunch of Christians, like the abortion thing that came out. The Catholic Church was heavy into that. So the abortion votes, they came out for that. They can't, the government wasn't supporting religion. Yeah, I don't know. I'm losing my train of thought here, but I mean, there's so many things, but yeah, there need to be some reason to, they need to look at this and say, well, we've given so many incentives now to not be married. Let's switch it the other way, but not as payoffs. Not as we're going to hand you money. We're going to give you a stimulus check if you get married. I mean, I can see that coming up with the stupidity this administration has, right? Oh, you're going to get an extra gas charge if a gas card. If you get married, you're going to get a $400 gas card. I mean, I can see this kind of stupidity coming up, but this making it so easy to get financially ahead by not being married and having a child, for people to plan around it and stuff is too much. It's not a good example of anything.
Did I mention to you that Jamaica has an illegitimacy rate of 86%?
That's horrible.
Yeah, I mean that's why there's such a high crime rate. 86%. You're not going to be able to even mention secular Quranism without, I guess, being.
Did I tell you? Did I tell you? I think I talked to you early today. Did I tell you what happened at a car wash yesterday?
Yeah. You said that this guy, when he started kicking the car of the women who.
Yeah, he jumped up on top of the hood and tried to kick the windshield in.
Oh, right.
Because he was clogging up the way and wouldn't let him by. I mean, why is somebody even acting like that? That's a great man. He's
no control over their emotions, which is really, fundamentally, I know we lose control of our emotions every now and then, but I mean, they don't even know that they're supposed to control their emotions. And I think this has been happening for decades already, the kind of hippie, let everything hang out, let your hair down and everything hang out.
Well, this equitable thing, this idea that everybody's supposed to be totally equal. Okay, maybe it sounds good. But now you have men who don't understand they're even supposed to take a lead. So, if I'm trying to think of how to say this without naming people. Okay, somebody says something to a man, he doesn't like it, and this goes back and forth. Okay, the man's and then if you tell the man, like it used to be, if you tell the man don't talk to a woman like that, he's like, okay, I'm sorry, right away. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. So now it's like, well, she does it to me. Okay. So they can't understand that this is a statement about, I'm not, it's not even like saying, okay, you're being a bad person. It's like, I'm an old lady and I'm trying to tell somebody they can be a better man than that, even if a woman's bothering them. They're the man. But no, they want to act like the woman and go back and forth. It's not.
She started it first.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is bad, and then they can't say it because they think I'm not being fair. Well, I'm not being fair because I want the men to act like men. Okay, I want to see men start acting like men.
They have to be incentivized. Somehow they have to be made into wanting to be men again.
Well, so women can have a part in this.
by behaving like women, which will arouse the masculine instincts in men, but only well, women have to do their thing too. And the thing is, people no longer know what it is they're supposed to be doing. But
Well, they don't understand. Yeah, they don't see any reason for it because they don't see how it's, because everybody's so obsessed with fun of the moment. Fun, fun, fun.
but it's sort of basic, gender roles, like, big boys don't cry, because it just doesn't look good and nobody's going to, it's not going to work to get you what you want. But a lot of men who have been brought up in their fatherless homes by their unmarried mothers used feminine stratagems because they had no male role model, so they just saw what mom tried to do to get her way, and they adopted too.
Well,
And
moms are more sympathy. Moms have more sympathy. This is what I was talking to you about earlier. I have this whole idea about reactive attachment disorder, that there's varying degrees of it that we're seeing. And what I believe is normal is a child in a okay, you have two parents and you have a kid. Let's look back more more back in the day. So you're the caveman or whatever. Okay, the woman has the kid and dad has to go out and get the food. The woman can't go because she's got the baby. And when they go on periods, the animals will start hunting them. Right? That's one reason women weren't the hunters. So, besides that, some of the animals were too big to pick up for them. So anyway, caveman goes out and he comes back. Well, the fathers, that's what it was like. So, in modern day, back when in my dad's time, my mom stayed home. She was a housewife. So we stayed with her. And so how do you have attachment and deal with attachment and losing attachment, right? So the person who was coming and leaving from the house was the father. So you're attached to the father, he leaves. Then there's the stress and anxiety when this person left. Then they come back, and then you're happy they came back, and then they left. So the mom is just staying there the whole time. So you have one of them who's there the whole time. So they learn to be a little bit autonomous by one of the parents leaving and coming back because they're sitting with the other one all the time. Right? I mean, if you think about it. So then when they get older and stuff and they start school, okay, now they're separating from mommy. And it's, it used to be kindergarten was a very short day. So you go and you come back and you're kind of learning from that, this kind of stuff. But this warehousing kids when they're so young is like putting them in an orphanage or something. Those kids have really bad attachment disorder if you get them after 2 years old. And some of these kids you have to fix door stuff because they didn't have an attachment with someone and it gets ripped apart. So at least they have one attachment for about 5 years. If let's say someone stays home 5 years with a kid, if they can do that, if they want to do that, or if they can, 5 years with their mom, the dad's coming and going. But what they're seeing is that this person leaves and comes back daily. They can see that they get used to that. Okay, the man leaves and comes back. My mom is here. It's going like that. You know what I mean? This is very important for their development to be stable adults because they're learning with not being attached. They were inside somebody for 9 months, gestating, and then they come out. That's got to be kind of a big surprise. I'm not in my nice little warm cozy home anymore, right? You know what I'm saying? So they don't feel differentiated. They don't feel like they have to learn that they're separate from their mom and stuff. But nobody wants to look at any of this stuff. They just want to talk about quality time or quantity time. But if you keep doing this to kids, if you're ruining their attachments through time over and over again, or you're doing it in a very non-structured way, they're gonna have problems as an adult.
Well, they get more aggressive in the creche, don't they? I mean, because they think that the only way to get their way is by being aggressive to other kids. And
children in daycare are more aggressive than kids that stay home with their parents.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a given. So we have a society where both people work. So, maybe grandma can live in the house and they can get attached with grandma. I mean, I'm not criticizing anybody for having to work, but I'm saying is this stuff is really important. And now you have a society that's saying, no, we're not even going to bother having the dad in the house where he leaves and comes back every day. He's just going to be gone for weeks on end and just show up haphazardly, or two days a month, or 2 weekends a month, and then 2 weeks here because mom and dad don't want to live together, and then she's going to bring someone else in the house that the kid has to put up with or possibly get attached to, who might end up leaving. It's not psychologically okay for kids, and people have to quit pretending like it is. It's not. And I'm sorry, I didn't make the kids be like this. I mean, I didn't create this whole process. I didn't create it or make it. It's not, speaking the truth doesn't mean I'm being mean to anybody. So I think, right. So if someone can look at your little rules and say, I'm going to be more fiscally responsible, maybe my wife can stay home longer with the kid than a couple of weeks, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can maybe come up with something that's going to be better than this, better than what everyone's getting stuck to make compromises about. But if you're not even trying from the beginning to put the kid first, if you think someone's not worth getting married to, they're not worth having a kid with them, because the mother of your kid is more important than the wife for you, right? So if you don't think that person's even important enough to get married to, why are you choosing them to be the mother of your kid? Why what kind of decision is that? Why is a woman deciding, I'm going to have a kid with this man who's not doing anything for me to marry because, this is going to be fun, a younger person, fun, do all this. And then he's not good enough to be the kid's daddy. He's not good enough. I don't want him around the kid. Well, why isn't he good enough? You can't pick a better donor than that.
Donor.
Yeah, I'm trying not to say the word. Yeah, you get what I mean. You can't think like, well, maybe a kid will come out of this, and this guy might be hanging around the kid for the next 20 years, or might not be, and I'll be stuck with it, or I don't care because I can get a little compartment and I can have a party in it and have some people, or the whole thinking's not right. They have to be made to see the value of marriage again. And to see the value of it, it's many different avenues. I mean, many different things would have to come together. But if they can't get it, then there needs to be some societal pressure to make them get it. And I don't like laws, like having a school that promotes that one idea and not the other ones. We're going to promote, yes, the family has two parents in a home having these kids. And then some kid raises their hand in class. Well, I have two daddies. Oh, that's interesting, Jimmy. And we're just not going to talk about it again. You're just going to go along. Yes, you got two parents in the house taking care of, but you got a bunch of teachers standing up saying, yeah, I had kids when I wasn't married. And why? They don't even need to know all that stuff. They're getting way too personal with what they're saying to children now. Kids don't need to know these things. We didn't know anything about our teachers when we were little. We only knew if they were, yeah, that teacher's married. Oh, she is? You know what I mean? Nobody thought to ask.
Yeah.
It wasn't, we weren't thinking that. We weren't thinking to ask this kind of a question anyway. But it's really sad. And, I talk about this stuff. So it's either, I'm a Muslim idiot, or I'm just an old lady dreaming of the past, or I'm all
but it's eugenic. The whole thing, the whole point of marriage is that it is eugenic, and we were talking about it earlier. With Vincent, but I don't think he's got the correct definition of eugenic. He only thinks it's eugenic. You don't know if your policies are eugenic until your civilization crashes. And obviously, if you want your civilization to last, sexual reproduction with a marriage license is the only way to stop standards from falling.
Well, we're
And
gonna.
it's a simple idea. It's still a simple idea. It's just that they don't like it. They don't want to hear it because they think it's their right to have recreational sex with people they're not married to. And this is a real sacred cow that people are scared of slaying.
Well,
And
I don't know. It's going to be interesting, maybe in 2 generations, after the big shadow community of white nationalists finally come up with a plan, all 24 of them at the end here, all 24 of them come up with their big plan at the end of 2 generations because they just didn't have any kids because I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, there's this sort of white genocide thing, It's like nobody's doing it to you. It's just that you guys don't want to get married anymore.
It's white suicide.
Yeah, that's more like
genocide.
it.
It's white suicide, and it's irresponsible. And it pretty much says you don't believe you have any self-value. Okay, if you have a kid, a parent means something. They have value to a child. So if you're saying some people really don't want to be a kid. I mean, some people picking this is different, but if you have a wide society doing that, they're pretty much saying a father and a mother have no value. Okay, so if they believe that, where's it going to go? It's going to go to the end of your species, right? It's going to disappear. And I don't know. I don't know, Claire. We just keep talking about this. I don't know if there's a...
Yeah, well, I think you should be talking to Snorkel Blogger, but that's on Daniel's channel. But maybe if you have a different avatar.
Oh, I try to be. If people want to talk to me, they can talk to me. If I'm being honest. If they start too much cussing, I'm going to block them because I want men to be better men, and they can't just talk to me. They can't just talk to me and start cussing. I don't care what's going on. If they want to start cussing at me, then they have no interest of trying to be a better man, and they really don't have any interest in talking to me because if you're trying to intimidate me, you're not interesting. It's an abuse of their power because a man does have more strength than a woman. Okay, if I get all tizzy and I cuss at something, which I try not to, I'm very sorry I said a bad word earlier. I keep forgetting I was off the air. I mean, I thought I was on the air. Anyway, it's not a higher form of existence.
It needed to be said anyway, that word, because that is the thing. That word needs to be used more often.
Well,
to stop with the kind of behavior that leads to abortion.
Well, promiscuous was a better word. So if people are going to be promiscuous and not care where they're throwing their DNA, and they have these children and they don't want to be responsible and they don't want to think ahead, and they just want to keep opening this up to more and more instability, they're going to end up with a very unstable adult population, which you can see by the number of people going to jail. A lot of it. Okay. They're not stable enough stable enough adults to be in society. So obviously nobody wants to marry people that are getting like this. But the guy that was leaping on that car I saw yesterday. Anything. It was
He did what? Sorry.
He didn't say anything.
Oh.
My husband was vacuuming the car. He thought it was some industrial noise because it was a lot of industrial noise over there. He didn't realize it was somebody had jumped on somebody's car and was kicking a windshield in on these women. I was standing there. He was bent over with a vacuum in a car. You know what I mean? He said nothing. Very creepy behavior, very antisocial, very, the guy's not man enough to deal with some lady honked a horn at him.
Well, Well, it is spreading. I mean, that is the thing. So if we if we don't do anything, it'll just sort of completely encircle us. And,
We need to talk
people can
about it.
just articulate, the problem, and the problem is basically the rules. The rules that people don't like to talk about because people don't like obeying rules, but they serve us. They protect us
Well, if they don't
from
like
each
the
other.
rules, what are they? If they don't like your rules, can somebody tell me what theirs are? And instead of saying they have some rules, what everyone's saying is, well, we'll sit down at a table and hammer it out, which is not having rules. This is not having rules. What are the rules that are going to be the stable ones, the little moral code that the rest of the law is going to rest on? What is it? Now you can maybe say it's something, say something. And the responses I get from people is, well, it's really hard to say, but we're going to sit down and listen to these ideas. And I say my idea and they get mad, and it's, shut up, you old woman. And then they can't listen to any of my ideas. Okay, so what's your idea? Then they get mad because they don't have an idea really, except we're going to sit down and talk about it. And isn't that what's been going on now since the 60s or so? I mean, isn't that what's going on? Because we don't have a moral code anymore that's actually interwoven in the society. And that's the function religious rules had. That was
Yeah, the presumption of marriage before children, and
yeah.
this actually happened in the UK way back in 1974. You may not have heard of a man called Keith Joseph, but he was expected to be leader of the Conservative Party because he was actually a Jewish baronet, and he made a speech in the town of Edgbaston, and he basically said that the too many unmarried mothers, and he actually said our human stock is being destroyed, allowing all these welfare mums to be welfare mums. He
Oh, so you
actually
compared them to cattle. There you go. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
we're
and
back to
every
that pen of, yeah, okay.
and everywhere one went ape, they went so crazy that everybody who thought he was going to become the leader of the Tory party and eventually become prime minister, because that's what happens to you if you become leader of either Labour or Tory, and well, it didn't happen to him, and Margaret Thatcher became leader. And that was really, if you want to, choose a time, pin it to a historical event. It was that speech that made all future male politicians too frightened to criticize unmarried mothers.
This is so disingenuous. They're going to sit there. Okay. The women are all mad he said that. Okay. How many unmarried mothers do you know actually encourage their kids to be unmarried mothers? Most of them tell them, don't do that. Most unmarried mothers with children don't want their kids doing the same thing. So why don't they want it? Why don't they want marriage encouraged in society? They don't want a statement about them, right? Right. But most of them are not. Most don't go over to their kids and say, you know what, that's a great idea. What I did, that was so great. Why don't you do it too? They're not doing that. But children, kids and families where this is going on, I mean, there is more likely they will have unmarried kids do, and there'll be, a little multi-generational thing going with these unwed mothers. But how many of these unwed mothers really want their children to be unwed mothers?
Well, I suppose they think, well, it
You
was good
heard
enough for me. It'll be good enough for you.
Well, I don't think they're saying that. I don't think they even want that. I think they realize they made a mistake.
Well, we don't know what they actually said to their kid, right? Because it's hard to say, well, you should do better when everyone around them is sort of the same thing, right? I mean, I think in Victorian times there was this idea, amongst the poor, the undeserving poor and the deserving poor, about charity, and I think undeserving poor meant unmarried mothers. That was what it really meant. It was the code word, and then of course it became the criminal classes. And I know Ann Coulter, she made a point of saying all these things, and well, she's gone quiet about it now, hasn't she? I think she was the only female American commentator that actually said something, as far as I know. There's nobody in the UK who said these things. I mean, there was Mary Whitehouse, and they mocked her to death.
Nobody said that maybe in England that these people need to, these people, like they don't, they're saying, that people need to think twice before having kids when they're not married.
Well, that was Keith Joseph. He said that in 1974, and then
Okay, so nobody's saying it now out loud?
No way, no way. Are people sort of look at me and say, you can't say these things? That, really, it's like we don't, we've moved on.
Yeah, I can't say that. I'm not allowed to say that?
Well, I say it. I
now.
say it anyway. I say it anyway. But
Yeah, you say it.
maybe with friends and family, people will look askance at you. It's like, oh, but my friend's an unmarried mother, and blah blah blah.
What deplorable leaders. What deplorable leaders that they can't inspire their people to be better.
But the thing is, Trump, you would have thought, I mean, if there's some kind of, social or moral hierarchy, then of course the president of the United States would be in a position to criticize these welfare mums. But he didn't dare because, it was a closely fought election, and he didn't want to unnecessarily alienate people he needed. It's all these considerations, which means that the problem will never be dealt with at root. Unless you say, well, chapter 24, verse 2, it's the only way to regenerate the morally degenerate. That's the only way. And it is true. Even with Roe and Wade, what law would most effectively discourage a behavior that creates a demand for abortion? It would be, the enforcement of chapter 24, verse 2.
There was no reason to make abortion illegal, because it's keeping doctors from being able to treat their patients, thinking about, what we're going to have to analyze, how far along this is, or how sick them. I mean, it's not letting doctors treat their patients. The way to deal with it is to have society make enough of a pressure that people don't want to aren't getting pregnant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that can only be with the enforcement of chapter 24, verse 2, the 100 lashes thing, which actually happened in early colonial America anyway. That was what the English did at the beginning, because, there would be problems of that nature. And there was corporal punishment for those unmarried mothers. So it's not a completely new idea that has never happened in America or even in England. I mean, I'm assuming it happened in England too, for the practice to carry on in early colonial America. So, it's the only thing that would work now, right? I mean, people are so far gone that is the only law that would discourage them.
Or something. Yeah, something has to be done.
Well, just proposing it would be enough of a shock.
Yeah.
Really. I mean, just proposing it. It's like,
Yeah, I don't think it would ever pass over here, because almost every kind of corporate.
Well, it's 40%. It's 40%.
Oh yes, yeah. I'm not saying that the law itself, if it was created, wouldn't work. I'm saying is they wouldn't let it in because they would say this is sort of cruel, unusual punishment. They're starting to get such a I don't think they would put that in, but they could do something. They could do something that didn't make it, that would really discourage it. like make someone think twice. Make someone think twice to the part. Like maybe I won't go to that little party with that boy. Maybe I'm going to stay away from him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it would be, some inspirational movie, some, TV series or something of that nature. It has to be a story. It has to be, you know,
A story? You mean the media needs a story?
well, to encourage a sort of behavior, drama, TV,
Well,
movies.
when I was a kid, the stories were, father knows best, and leave it to
Wait till your
Beaver.
father gets home.
Yeah, these things, and then it was Lassie, and then it was, the poor kid whose mommy wasn't there. It was so sad. Oh, his dad died. That's so sad. So we're gonna get the dog, and the dog can be his friend, and and it was this whole bunch of stories that were mostly about good moral behavior and telling the truth,
Yeah.
and then it turned into this mess.
Little
Or
House on the Prairie, the Waltons.
I was I guess that was kind of cute. I don't remember those shows too much, but I'm saying what I grew up with wasn't I'm gonna oh, you're gay. I know you're such a nice person. It's okay. He'll make up with you. That was the whole storyline in some series here. I didn't even know because I don't watch TV that much.
Hmm.
I tend to watch videos and stuff. Why would I watch a kid show anyway? At my age, I'm going to watch a kid show. I don't have any kids here anyway.
Mhm.
But this is a constant bombardment of promoting the global homo community over the community that actually produces the next generation in the traditional way, right? It's the traditional way. We're not going to go on a eugenics farm. we're not going to do any of this stuff. We're going to do the old way, the really old-fashioned traditional way that worked so good for so long, for so many generations.
Mhm.
And now we're going to trash it all, go to the eugenics farm, and we're going to have injections like cattle. Or
We're
something. I
going
mean,
to be Sodom and Gomorrah.
well, we're I don't know. Do people want a nice life? Do they want their children around a nice life? Do they want to do they want their culture to thrive again? I mean, all this wasting time yakking about sex. They're not doing anything else. Where's the great creation and art coming from? When's the next? Maplethorpe. That was a big thrill. That was supposed to be a big whoop-de-doo. I mean, can't somebody do something? Can people create some beauty? Can they just not just try to destroy their culture? Can they just try to not be so stupid that they're just don't care because they want to have fun? Of course, they're all on drugs. They're getting bored of the fun they're having all the time. So now they got to up the fun, right?
Can you think of anyone in a position of power who might care about any of these things? I mean, can you?
That's already in a position of power and that really means it?
Yeah. I mean, apart from Trump. Well, I can't think of anybody in the UK.
Well, no, I not really. No, I can't.
No.
No, I mean I can't think of a senator or anybody who really does care about any of this. Not in a not in a substantial way.
Mm.
They're talking about everything else except this.
Mhm.
We don't want more people on welfare, so we're going to give them more financial incentives, which is going to get more people on welfare. We're going to up the we're going to up that. Yeah, this isn't. No, I can't think of anyone that seems like they're really thinking. Maybe I'll use my time in office, but at least I did something for the country. I don't see anyone thinks like that. They're career politicians. They want a career in politics. They want the votes, and it's just a bunch of lip service. It's a bunch of, lip service. Faith communities, to me, the Muslim community, because it's still an intact faith community, whether you like it or not, it still is. And they're not even doing anything about it.
I think there are lots of people who they might claim to be Jewish or Christian or Muslim, and I think fundamentally that they're atheists, because if you did believe in God, then you would do the right thing, because you would think there is an afterlife in which you would be rewarded. I mean, that is the whole logic of the entire belief system.
But their logic isn't good enough to follow that. If you're selling out on your belief system, no one else is going to buy into it. You can't sell out on your belief system and think other people are going to find it attractive, because they're not even seeing the belief system anymore. And then if they're wise enough to look at it, they can see it doesn't even exist. You can't behave like that with the moral code somebody has. They have to keep their moral code at all costs, right?
Or they lose their identity as a member of that group that subscribes to this moral code.
Well, they lose it being an attractive anything. They're not going to attract anyone to their ideas either. I mean, why? Okay, look at the situation right now. Why, people are saying, why don't these immigrant Muslims, why don't they assimilate? Okay. And then, I can say, well, what do you want them to assimilate to? Dressing the boys up as girls, and, the kids now have to date. They're going to have to date because you're being kind of oppressive if they don't. Is this what they're supposed to assimilate into? No. Why would anyone become Muslim and assimilate into a Muslim community that now is selling out to secularism and liberalism? What is it? The only group that's not selling out is liberalism. They're going full steam ahead. Okay, so that's attractive because that's gaining more power, and they're not selling out because their ideas are so fluid. They just keep expanding on the nonsense, but why if sure, people should assimilate some into the new country they come into, but why would anyone in their right mind want to assimilate to what's being presented as the culture now? And then why would anyone in this culture want to live like how the immigrants are behaving here now? They don't. Nobody wants, it's not attractive to either group. And so then the Muslims are trying to deal with it by becoming social justice warriors, joining the same mess as liberalism. And then it's like a big shock. Oh, we just supported these marriages, and now they're telling our kids at school they can do it. Or they're telling my kid, yeah, you can be a different gender, and we're not going to tell your parents. So you can have you can do it here at school, change your clothes here, and we just won't tell your parents, because that's what they're doing too. You're going to support that? What's the purpose of supporting either of them if they're both going to sell out, right? And you know what? Nobody respects a sellout. I don't know anyone who does. People aren't going to respect Muslims more if they're selling out their beliefs. No one's gonna want to be part of a culture, the white, the dominant white culture idea. Nobody's going to want to be a part of that when the presentation is so incredibly ridiculous. Why would anyone buy into that? The Muslims still want to be married and have a family. They're not going to buy into that really, but now they're supporting it. They're supporting the idea so they can get into the political process and support it even more, this craziness. They haven't thought it out. They haven't thought the whole thing out. Their leaders are making mistakes. The whole thing's a big mistake. everyone's making mistakes because they're looking at the wrong thing. It's like when people look at Islamic law, you're presenting this idea, well, you got to support family values. How are you going to do it? I mean, that's the whole point. What is it supporting? The law is nothing by itself, but what's it trying to achieve? Right now, if you got a society that you can't get it to even turn its mind around, yeah, maybe people start to need to be punished for this stuff because it's ruining everything.
Well, it's the only thing that is strong enough to deter people, and
well, I think they can brainwash people back the other way with controlling the media. Like it's an end of the, if they do that, but I don't know how you can get government to do it. I don't know how you can do that. And, it's interfering with free speech. Well, when I was young, we all believed in free speech, but it wasn't like you couldn't just do anything you wanted when you were at school. You had to
respect authority.
Well, you had to respect authority, but also what you were being taught. You were being taught the culture too. They're not teaching the culture in school anymore. When I was a kid, I remember I read a book about John Paul Jones. He was a naval officer way back. Or you read something about George Washington and you make your presentation in front of class and stuff. They don't even hardly talk about the founding fathers at all now. I mean, I knew someone who got out of high school and they asked me how many houses of Congress did we have?
Okay.
What is that? How many houses of Congress? They're not even explaining the political system well enough, but they're telling them all that, what is, I mean, these are philosophical questions really for adults. What is the meaning of morality? What do you think is moral, George? You think,
Crazy.
so they're being programmed to socially cave into these liberal ideas under the idea that it's free thinking, but it's not free thinking when you have an adult programming the conversation and directing it and wording it in such a way. So I say just present the conservative one and let them as adults decide if they want to be liberal or not. If they want to understand liberalism and they want to look in that and they want to reevaluate something, they're in a much better position to be able to do it. And why aren't they reading books instead of being this big joke? I'm feeling upset now. There's some I don't know. Hi, Charlie. Charlie's wearing a dress. Hi, Charlie. Or you're going to the library and a man's there in a dress. This stuff goes on here. So it goes on here where I've seen it. Okay, I've seen this. So why can't you just teach the more stable, simple idea? We're going to tell the truth. Everyone's going to tell the truth, not telling them all. Most people lie. This is what they're telling kids. Tell them. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Try to tell the truth no matter what happens. Try to don't steal his lunch again. Those are his grapes. Give him his grapes back. They're not teaching any type of boundaries because boundaries even are fluid. This isn't.
I think we're Aztecs. People must think. The future generations, if they gain their sanity, they'll say, well, why did these people allow all these crazy, stupid, evil things to happen? Why did they just stay quiet? I would never, I used to, it's like when we look at the Aztecs, we think, well, maybe we would have said something against all that human sacrifice, and, tearing people's hearts out and throwing them down pyramids. But, not a bit of it. They just did more when they got more upset and scared, right? They just found more people to kill and rip their hearts out and threw more of them down the pyramid.
Well, that's the genius of the Abrahamic faith, which people don't like anymore. It put a limit to sacrifice. right? The
Yeah, it
Jews,
forbade.
well, it put a limit to this. So you had these temples, you had these little sacrifices. It put a limit to what was going to be sacrificed for a woman down we're not going to throw a human down the sacrificial thing anymore. We're going to put a pigeon for that sin and this one for that one. I mean, so they got to they put an end to how much sacrifice someone can do. People look at those rules and they think, okay, they're telling people to sacrifice a pigeon. Ha ha ha. They're saying that's all you got to sacrifice. That's it. Finished. You know, you want to try to control the God upstairs or whatever. It's one pigeon for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it's putting a limit to it. If you haven't understood, I'm not telling you to believe, Claire. I'm not saying it's to make you believe because I know you're agnostic. If you believe in one God, right? The biggest thing you understand from that, even if you're an agnostic, say, like you're considering, well, I'm an agnostic, but what if it was true, right? Okay, so what if it was true? I'm going to pause for a minute and think for a second. Wow, I wonder if it's true. Okay, what if it's true? Well, what you do know is that no matter what somebody thinks is God, you've already figured out you're not. Right? Right? You figured that out. And that's quite an achievement. Someone has figured out that they themselves are not God. But an atheist won't even consider the fact that there's a God. They can't even consider the fact that they're not God. If their thinking is going to start running like that, they have to admit you can't prove it one way or the other. You can't prove it through these little arguments people have about it. You know what I'm saying? You can't prove it from that. Why someone believes in God or doesn't is something else. Something else happens for some reason that people believe it or someone doesn't. Okay? And then there's religious reasons why people say this happened and reasons not. But an agnostic is a totally honest opinion. You're being honest about it. And just because you understand that, you definitely know that if there is a God, it's not you. Right? I know I'm not God. And I like being around people who understand that they themselves are not God. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the people, well, I guess the people with narcissistic personality disorders, they don't understand that they're not God.
No. Well, they have self-esteem problems, so maybe they do realize deep inside they're not. I don't know. But yeah, I mean,
the fact is that they allow themselves to be led by, they have made a god of their appetites and their emotions.
So say I'm in a society. Say I'm in a society. I'm an agnostic. I don't believe in God. I don't want God. I'm not interested in God. Like this, the Daniel guy that clicked me. I don't want to hear about the Abrahamic religions. Okay, well, do you know you're not God? Okay, so do you know what God isn't? It's not me. If it's not you and it's not him, and does he know it's not me? And does he know it's not him? I think it makes a better playing field. It makes a better idea here. So if it's a possibility, if it's real, and you have the claim, like you're saying, the claim that this religion is claiming it is from God, because the other ones aren't. The other ones aren't saying that these words came from God. Your idea that you're saying that that's a possibility. So why not look at those? Maybe if I don't believe it, maybe I'll look at it, and maybe there's something in there. Maybe there's something in there that might be useful, because these people, right? These people seem to be really sure they're not God. You get what I'm saying? They're really positive about it. Oh, no, it's not me. I'm not God. Right? I mean, I don't know. I'm probably rambling again, but
the thing is, in a way, you can't. Okay, I think go on all the arguments, and basically you can say, look, the smallest tribe, there are not that many of these Jews, they worship the most powerful God, and maybe the powerful and ancient because they worship the most powerful God. And added to that, Christianity and Islam are derived from Judaism because obviously the most powerful God will have competing roots to him. And it's
No,
a very powerful idea.
line from
No,
Judaism. The Islam trail didn't go from a line of Judaism. That's why they keep talking about Abraham. They split before Judaism developed. There was a split of these. Judaism wasn't the only monotheistic story in town, but they didn't split from Judaism. Christianity split off as a cult of Jews that became Christian, and then the Greeks
mhm.
got into it and stuff. But Islam was a split off earlier. Earlier. I mean, that's our story. It was
Okay,
split
okay.
off earlier, so it
Oh,
didn't.
because Abraham is Muslim and
Well,
the others.
yeah, Abraham submitted this and that, but you have Isaac and Ishmael. They were brothers. They split. Judaism itself, as a faith, came from a little bit later.
Mhm.
Judaism, it's not so much, when the Muslim says, well, this is, I mean, you're probably not interested in this, but when a Muslim says Abraham was a Muslim, they're not saying he was a Muslim with these particular rights and stuff. They're not saying that. They're not saying he had rights that matched exactly what Muslims do as part of their faith community. They're not saying that. Right?
But he submitted to God.
That he was submitted to God. But Judaism is the only monotheistic faith. Like if you read the Old Testament, which I'm sure you have because you seem to be able to quote from it. If you read the Old Testament and look at those old stories, they're talking about these other mountains. These other mountains were also having sacrifices on them besides the temple. These other groups of monotheists. But they didn't have a book that managed to stay intact that somebody can look at today.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? They didn't have it. So the story of monotheists back then is about this one particular tribe of monotheists. That the Israelites, when they became the Israelites, and Moses,
Yes.
from the time of Moses became the Israelites, and then you actually had this thing into Judaism, but Isaac and Ishmael, they split way before that time period of Moses. Okay, so our connection, so it's the religious chain isn't quite the same, right? But so what Muslims see is that is this boring you?
No, I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, so the idea is, Israel's waiting for the unification of the tribes, right? They talk about that a lot. Jews, we're going to have the reunifications of the tribes. Muslims believe the tribes were, well, I can't say Muslims. I'm going to say some of them believe this because a lot of, Muslims are all reading different things too, right? Different things within the, the Muslim world of books and things that have been written or whatever. They believe that the tribes were reunited under Prophet Muhammad, not just in theory, like not just in a religious theory of unification, but also in the DNA of Prophet Muhammad. So they see him as the unification of the tribes happened in him.
Right.
Did you understand?
So that's why the people say, "Oh, but Muhammad's Jewish." Is that?
Yeah, they say that because it's a reunification of all the tribes. They believe this DNA. A lot of Muslims believe this DNA was reunited in his person. So it wasn't just some idea of a spiritual evolution, continuation of a religion. It was a reunification of the tribes in him. So yeah, they're not, he's not saying we're going to be Jews now because Judaism isn't seen as the reunification of the monotheistic people. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not just animosity towards Jews or something going on here. They're seeing it as more universal because Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a reunification also of the DNA and stuff. They've done some tests. A rabbi told me this. they've done some tests on the DNA of Sayyids, and there's a connection between them and the Cohens. You know, the Cohens, the
Yes.
priest caste of Judaism.
Yes, and sorry, the first one, what was the name of the first group you mentioned? The Saints?
Sayyids, the descendants of Prophet Muhammad.
Oh, right.
Right. So the Sayyids, so when they run DNA tests on it, they'll find a lot of times, right? Right. It's the same family. Palestinians and stuff, like when they talk about Jews, right? Jews and stuff, they call them our cousins.
Well, Ishmael and
Yeah, but they call them cousins. The idea is cousins. So people like in the West sometimes think this is some kind of propaganda thing or something. But no, that's actually how they referred to them. Yeah, we're cousins. They actually mean cousins. The Palestinians actually mean they're cousins. You understand? But it's not the idea that Judaism was the only monotheistic story in town. There was a whole bunch of them, but they were the only one that managed to get a book that kept the story intact about this tribe that was monotheistic. They were the only ones that kept a book. The rest of them, had their religion. They didn't. It wasn't put into a book form or anything that we can read it today.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean,
there's a lot of respect for that. So, the Quran says to make an alliance between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. And, Prophet Muhammad is, he's seen over that and stuff because he's seen as the unification of the tribes, the monotheists. He's the reunification of these monotheistic tribes. In his person too, but nobody ever talks about that because all they ever do is fight with each other. Right?
Oh, well, I learned something new today.
Anyway, that's the theology. So in Islam, we're not looking at like we had the Jews and then they had the Christians and then the Muslims came out of that. No, some people try to talk about it and they say you had the Jews and the Christians split off and somehow the Muslims kind of showed up somehow. I don't know, between these two brothers and stuff. But if you look at the timeline involved, the split happened before the creation of the, that whole thing about the 12 tribes, divisions and stuff, like the separations and stuff. So if you want to look at Islam, not at the loss, if you want to look at it from some other aspects, there's some interesting ideas in it. That believe in tawhid. So the difference between tawhid and Trinity, which you bring up, is really important because the Trinity idea believes in a God that's fragmented.
You said it right the first time, I think. You said it right the first time, I think.
I'm losing control of my tongue here.
Fragmented.
I want to say fragment, but that's not. That's not quite right. They have this, this different idea, and I believe that they just it was some idea of experience, and people's logic and stuff isn't quite the same, of like when they describe things. So I'm not as harsh on Christians and stuff that some people are that find them so hilarious. I don't find it hilarious.
Well, I suppose it's just that if God exists, then he would be, not very happy if he isn't Jesus. I mean, this is just an obvious conclusion to me as an agnostic.
No, yeah. But your difference is that most agnostics will say, okay, I'm just not going to jump on this at all. You're saying, well, I don't know. If it's true,
yeah, then God would be plenty mad.
And if it's true, then it's possible he did do all this, and maybe I should look at it a little bit because no one else is saying too much about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. The whole thing's a good idea, but Islam isn't just a set of rules and stuff that people want to turn it into either. And there has to be something done to bring people together. The reason, there's many reasons why people become Muslim, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
What was
and
your reason?
well, it changes over time. For some reason, I never believed Jesus was God as a kid. And
Mm-hmm.
then, some of the hippie stuff was going on and everything. And I just didn't see it as a problem that I found this more believable,
Mm-hmm.
and so I ended up, becoming Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
And, I told you at the time, you know, it was rather pleasant. I mean, it wasn't that. I mean, it was my dad thought it was weird, but it wasn't that weird. I mean, people used to walk around with metal pyramids on their head, and people were doing so much crazy stuff that this was just looked like one more crazy thing to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that
And so
happened.
your parents were okay about it?
Oh no, they weren't okay about it. No, my dad was embarrassed about it till the day he died.
Right.
Yeah, no, it was not. No, it wasn't. It wasn't good. They talked to me and stuff, though. I mean, they did talk to me. It wasn't like they disowned me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, they did. Actually, my dad did for a while, but he still talked to me
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. But he found it ridiculous. He said it was living like a foreigner in your own country. He just found the whole thing ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And then he gave me a speech on Moses was an evil man because he killed adulterers. And then I was like shocked because he never said anything about religion to me at all, although I had seen him reading the Bible. I mean, I had seen him reading the Bible sitting in his chair reading it, when I was growing up.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh. So I was like, kind of like, oh, he thinks Moses was an evil man. Well, this is a new one for me.
But why did he say that? I'm curious.
He said because they killed adulterers. Moses killed adulterers. He thought this was evil. He didn't think that allowed for a repentance of the person, I guess. I was just so surprised by it. I was just kind of like, oh, wow, he had an interesting thought there. I didn't know he even thought anything like that. He just let my mom take us to the Catholic Church and stuff. And he was the Easter bunny, right? You do the Easter stuff around the yard when we come home.
Yeah.
Back then, when Catholics married Protestants and stuff, they had to promise the church the kids would be brought up Catholic.
Right.
Yeah, so they used to have that rule. So my dad went along with it. He didn't think it much mattered as long as we believe something.
Mm-hmm.
And so okay, it went from that. So what are we talking about? I forgot now. What was
why you became Muslim, and you said it was
oh
because
well, it wasn't. It was everything was so. Watts. I mean, Alan Watts. Think, therefore I am. I think, therefore, whatever, and all this stuff. Everybody used to sit around and talk about ideas and stuff back then.
Mm-hmm.
Like you go to school and you come home and you walk home and you're talking to your friend like, well, do you really believe this exists? I mean, these are like junior high school students talking about this stuff. That's what people talked about. Everybody's very much a product of their times, and that's what those times were like. That's what people talked about. Not on the level of an academic or anything, but well, I don't know. And in my opinion was always like, well, it must be real because you open the door, otherwise you just smack your face in it. I mean, I didn't quite buy into the whole thing's an illusion. It's not here. It doesn't exist. I didn't buy into that idea.
Mm-hmm.
I had a friend that would talk about it all the time. This doesn't exist. I said, well, it must exist because, you got in an accident on your bicycle and you got a Band-Aid on. I mean, I don't know. This is just the culture. This is what the culture was like back there. I didn't think would be a problem that I became Muslim in a real sense, other than I realized, I knew my parents wouldn't like it. They would think it was weird. Carol's being weird again. So
right.
So I didn't see it as being a problem. But then it slowly kind of all went downhill.
Mm-hmm.
Slowly. So when it slowly goes downhill, it's a lot like a woman in an abusive marriage, where if the guy is a little bit off, okay, they can put up with it and adapt to that. And then it gets a little bit worse again. Okay, we can put up with a little bit more. Kind of turn into that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I did get a lot of, I had a lot of flack. I got a lot of prejudice from the non-Muslim community, the Muslim community itself.
Do you regret it?
I regret that I didn't do some things differently,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't I don't regret being Muslim because I can't. I think the idea of tawhid itself is such a profound idea, because if you think of everything as fragments, we're all fragmented, which the idea of the Trinity is a fragmented God, as far as I am, but kind of stuck together. They don't really believe in three gods, and the Quran says that. Don't say it's three. Don't say it's three of them. There was a big argument they had in Medina. Since the stories in the Quran, and they were arguing over what are they arguing over? Oh, you got three gods. Where you got, the Jews and the Christians got into an argument in Medina. They'd asked Prophet Muhammad to come to kind of start this inner, I don't know what it was, a village or a big from fighting, right? They brought in an outside person to deal with this, and that was him.
Mm-hmm.
So, so they have those ayahs in the Quran where they're saying, we killed your God, we killed your God, right? The Jews are saying, but these are like people that are standing there having a fight. It's not like a philosophical discussion, like an answer to St. Augustine's La Trinity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's these people in this town fighting like this, going, we killed your God, we killed him. And so, Prophet Muhammad's there, and he's like, stop it, quit saying three. Don't say three. Don't say that anymore. Stop the three business, stop it. And so people say this is an argument against the idea of the Trinity. Well, the idea, it wasn't called the Trinity. It wasn't called the three. The Trinity was a church idea. The Jews weren't using the idea of Trinity when they were saying to these people. They were saying, you guys have three gods. You guys got three of them. And we killed him. We killed one of them. Right? So it got to a horrible, ugly fight. And so he said, stop it. And he's like telling them, quit saying that. So that's one explanation of those ayahs, is that Prophet Muhammad was actually trying to start a big fight over this. And he says, look, just stop these kind of arguments. Just race each other trying to do good deeds, right? That was kind of the idea. But if you believe in a fragmented God, and you believe in a fragmented unity, if you believe everything is fragmented, there's always conflict. If you believe in tawhid, if you believe there's only one God, it's the same God for everybody, and that this manifests as a way in understanding creation, that all of creation all together is tawhid, right? Itself,
because it's logical.
Well, it's
one God
it's a different way of looking at creation itself. People are part of creation. Muslims don't believe in original sin, so it believes in this. Gosh, I can't explain it in a way that makes sense, because it also creates a feeling within the person. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. But the reason I stay Muslim is because of this idea of tawhid. I probably wouldn't stay Muslim with all this other stuff that's been going on all those years if that didn't really, really inspire me to think, yeah, there is a God. It's really something when I see it through that. And you can't make someone else agree with that or believe it or anything. But that's what makes me see that Islam is real, is the idea of tawhid. Because
it's believable, really. I mean, why would
if you look at creation, this is kind of getting into religious ideas. I don't know if you want religious ideas.
I do.
If you look at creation, if you look at everything you're looking at in creation, right? Okay, so no Muslim is going to look at something and say that's God, right? Because Imam Ali has...
Because God is ineffable.
I don't know what ineffable even means. What is that?
I think it means indescribable.
Well, indescribable, non-material. Yeah, what all that.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. So if so people argue over ideas of belief, like the nature of God and stuff too. They even do that in Islam. If God, you can't point at God. If God is everywhere, but it does it without being inside, like not contained and not permeating something. That somehow, some way, God is everywhere, everywhere. But you can't say he's in that, because that's saying God is contained in there. So it's a really kind of an odd idea. So, but if you think of tawhid in this way, and you understand that everything in creation, all created things are material, right? Every single thing you see, every person you see, good, even if you say it's good, bad, ugly, every like every bottle of shampoo, every cell phone, everything both reveals and obscures God at the same time. Okay? So I see Christianity really making a statement that God is revealed only in the person of Jesus Christ. The Muslim believes God is revealed and it. You understand?
You cut out there.
Oh, we believe God is objects, material things, something you can touch it, or I guess even an atom, anything. We believe that everything in creation, everything that's material,
Yes.
right?
Yes, I got that.
Reveals and obscures God at the same time to the person looking. So I myself, or you, for example, you, Claire, a lot of Muslims believe that you would obscure and reveal God at the same time, right? It also means each person reveals and obscures God at the same time.
Well, it does sound quite paradoxical. Isn't it easier to understand God as being separate from his creation?
But we don't believe he is separate. I don't believe he is separate. How can you be separate? You're not material. And we believe he's everywhere. How can you be everywhere and separate? It's getting into like saying, how can you be God and beside God at the same time? Like the in John, like the Epistle John or whatever. Gospel John.
I don't know about that, but I mean, as far as I can understand, the Jewish view is that God created the universe and exists as pure spirit outside it.
No, I'm talking about the Gospel John. That's where the Trinity idea. A lot of it comes from that, where it's saying the Word was God, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was with God.
Oh yes. Let me try and remember. In the beginning,
there was the Word, and the Word was
God,
and the Word was with God. Like, how can you be something and with it at the same time? Okay, so now you got to explain that one. Now I think that's the biggie that makes people try to explain the Trinity. They had to find different ways to do it, right?
I suppose I look at that as thinking as say there was this big idea, and that big idea was God, because all words are ideas, all words are representations of ideas, and God is the biggest idea of all.
Yeah, but that's what you have to wrestle with. That's the wrestling in the Bible about the Trinity. How can you be with?
It's not even in the the Trinity is not in the Bible at all.
No, the Trinity is not in the Bible, but this idea that God can be, something can be God and then next to God at the same time is a little
It's confusing.
It's confusing and
paradoxical.
Yeah, so it's considered a mystery of the church. And St. Augustine wrote that huge book because he starts a book out saying that I know that he's saying I know it's true, and he's trying to present an argument why it's true. Prophet Muhammad is actually a contemporary of St. Augustine.
Oh,
so they're around the same. Islam was starting up around the same time. I think he wrote that book, right? So it's a heresy, and they were dealing with a lot of Christian heresies, and Islam was one Christian heresy that was out there. That was one of them.
But don't you find that the Jewish view is actually makes so much sense? Whether it's true or not. It's like God created the universe and exists outside it as pure spirit and energy. And whenever he wants stuff done, he'll send the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is the agent of God. and the Holy Spirit is also it's a Jewish idea as well as a Christian idea as well as a Muslim idea, because it's found. And you think, oh well, what's this Holy Spirit thing for? And then I realize it's like, well, because of the logic of this Jewish conception of God, it's like God can't do anything because he's outside the universe, so he'll send the Holy Spirit to perform miracles and stuff.
Well, we don't believe, Muslims don't believe God is outside the universe in quite that same way. There are some Muslims who do believe that, but no, not all Muslims believe that God is outside the universe in some way. We believe there's some aspect, we believe this idea of the throne verse. A lot of Muslims believe this idea about the throne verse, that God ascends up to his throne, like it's some place he goes that you can't go. We don't believe he goes anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you go anywhere if you're already everywhere? I mean,
well, it's a metaphor. I mean,
well, yeah, right. It's a metaphor. So we don't believe it in a sense of God comes into and out of space, like God removes himself from a space and then comes back in. I don't believe that.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
No,
the Tawhid idea,
Mm.
the Tawhid idea is like it has a very profound spiritual effect on people sometimes,
Mm.
and it's something you can feel and stuff. You can't make somebody feel what you're feeling or any of that. But for me, it changes my attitude and experience of the world itself, and that's why I stay Muslim, is
Mm.
because of that. Now, why I
It
became
creates a certainty. Is that what you mean? It gives you a sense of certainty if you think of God in that way.
no, it's how you're experiencing God. We have there's different ways of experiencing God in the self. Like I'm little, God is big. God Akbar, I'm little, God, God's the boss, I'm the slave. That's what law is. That's what law is about.
Mm-hmm.
Islamic law.
Mm-hmm.
God's, that's the relationship with God. Maybe somebody feels it that way. The next one is like the beloved Tarika, or God is my beloved. I have this longing for God. God has a longing for me. The experience is they're the same size. They're two beloveds with a huge attraction towards each other. Marifa is another one that's like, it's so intertwined, like two lovers that have actually come together, right? Tarika would be like the beloveds, and then you have Marifa, where it's like coming together. It's hard to differentiate it. Like when you're looking at the world, it's hard for you to differentiate these things. And then Haq would be the full realization, right? So some Muslims say, well, you have to be dead to experience that, and some say, no, you can do it in this life. That's a big that would be a big argument there.
Mm-hmm.
But Marifa, so if you're standing somewhere and you go in and out of these states, they're actually states of awareness. If you're going to go in and out of these states when you're somewhere, it has a difference in how you're looking at things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some people believe you go on each one, you go up a station, you stay there, and then maybe you'll go up again. So what we're ending up now is a lot of Muslims talking about the law, to the point it's as if they're not even discussing these other ideas. And okay, so you're sitting somewhere and all of a sudden you experience that, they don't even know what happened, because it's an experience. It's a type of mystical experience that happens to people on these different things, and people aren't even talking about, because they're talking about too much about, we hate Jews and we hate everybody, and or they're trying to say everybody should get along, let's sing kumbaya, but neither of those is the experience of tawhid, or the experience of seeing tawhid in creation as a whole. Neither of those are they're considered a low experience of God, but that's not saying anything bad about it. But it doesn't mean saying anything bad. Sort of like if you read the book of Saint John of the Cross. I think it's Saint John
I
of the
don't know
Cross.
it.
Uh, what's the name of that book? It's that Catholic book. He's writing about. Well, it's the dark. It talks about the dark. This you have a spiritual experience where you get horribly, horribly, horribly depressed, right? You feel suicidal. It's dark because you feel like God has cut himself off from you, right? It's like a huge pain because you love someone so much and they're not talking to you or listening to you, right? It's like these kind of experiences. He talks about that, and people go through these kind of mystical experiences when they're in a religion, and this acting like these experiences don't happen is what I'm seeing. That's one of the problems I'm seeing with Islam at large is they're acting as if these experiences don't happen, right? Why would any? Wow, if you've even had an inkling of that for a minute, wow, why isn't anyone talking about this now? Well, they're not, because they're too busy trying to be social justice warriors and get into this stuff, and you can't get anyone to obey any law that they're supposed to do. You can't even get them to quit smoking pot. You know how many Muslims have opened up hydroponic pot shops? I mean, it's just kind of getting to be it's just a circus. Everything's turned into a circus. You're talking about a community that when I first got into it, they wouldn't even have an alcohol anywhere. And now it's like, well, okay, we don't have alcohol, but we got hydroponic pot. And we're going to grow all this hydroponic pot and start smoking it. And I don't have anything wrong with me to even say it's medicinal. So all of a sudden I have anxiety. You know what I'm saying? So it's all of a sudden, wow, it's an awful lot of these young Muslims with anxiety smoking pot now. Because, I mean, you're just kind of like, okay, who are you fooling? Maybe a couple of people have anxiety, but not this many that you're opening up a hydroponic pot shop. I mean, it's just because in Islam, okay, marijuana itself, right? Alcohol itself isn't what's the word? It isn't these things are seen as not evil in themselves. It's what you do with them, right? So now you got a bunch of people coming up with interesting justifications to say, okay, this is why we're using this stuff that if you're using it for recreation, that's a misuse of it, but we got anxiety now. We have anxiety because we're going to smoke this pot and we're going to open up this hydroponic pot store. I mean, you're kind of seeing that. I'm seeing like a lot of ridiculous stuff going on, and you're just like, okay, here we go again. I mean, what's this Muslim hippie going to be like? The Muslim hippie generation, or I don't know. But that's for me is why I'm Muslim. It's not some idea of trying to. It's not my idea of. I don't know who you've talked to or what they're telling you, but to me none of it is based on these academic arguments over if God's real or not. None of it has anything to do with that. I'm not Muslim because of any of those arguments. You can't prove God's real or not from those arguments. There's no point to them except it's a way of a show for the choir. You know what I mean? It's just a little tune for the choir so they can feel better and say, yeah, and we can stay away from this other stuff because it's bad. It's not compelling for me. That's why a lot of the times if someone has these arguments and they get stuck on it and they say, do you agree or not? And if I agree or don't agree, I don't even see what difference it makes. All right. For me, it doesn't matter. Some of these things that they're talking about. I didn't become Muslim 3 days ago. Right. I mean, is my faith going to be based on a argument, the argument that everything you look at must have had a cause and effect argument? How do you think on that one ad nauseum? No, it's not based on that at all. So I don't care about the argument, right? So I can totally understand somebody else not caring about it or not wanting to hear about it. I can understand you not wanting to hear those arguments. I don't want to listen to them myself. They're interesting. They're interesting maybe the first couple of times you read them, but after that, it's like, oh, who cares? You know what I mean?
You really don't care about the arguments because you already feel
It doesn't
you know.
convince. It's not. They're not convincing anyway. Everyone acts like, oh, we won the argument. No, you set up an argument on some logical absolutes, and then you just worked around to that at the end of it. That's not proof of anything. That's proof of an ability to use logic when you've set some constants that you're not going to change in the argument. You see what I'm saying? Like for Muslims, we're going to say anything you see isn't God. Is anything you can see with your eyes is not God. You're not going to believe Jesus is God just based on that. So you want to go on and on and on about these arguments, and you know the Trinity really means this, and you guys are not looking at that. I mean, who cares? We're not going to believe Jesus is God because we don't believe anything you look at is God by definition.
Because it's so clearly stated.
Well, it's so clearly stated, but that's a constant we have in our. So the Christian idea is God somehow was God. The Word was God and was next to God at the same time. If you read John, it's worded a little bit more eloquently than that. Right. So that's the constant. Okay. Well, if you believe that, then you can have a whole religious argument coming out to Jesus as God. If I just want to look at it as tawhid or reveals God, to me, what I see is, okay, Christians, for some reason, because of the logic they're using, they can't see God revealed in anything except the person of Jesus, is how I see it. That's how
because they're so used to the idea that they don't want to think of.
Yes, but I'm talking about God being revealed to them through something. Okay, God for a Muslim is revealed through creation itself.
Yes.
Like all the things. So if it's revealed to you and hidden from you at the same time. There's like a joke they say, like God plays peekaboo with his creation. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I believe God is revealed through you too, okay, on an intellectual level, I should have less animosity towards you, right? Just because, because we believe, Muslims and Jews both believe that everything God created was good, right? We don't believe that something is born flawed and then needs to have what is it they do? Baptism. I guess it's like the baby baptism. Those are, or the anointing or whatever, in order to get rid of this, so you have a clean slate. Like they believe you're born because of sin, in sin, from a sinful desire or this kind of thing.
I think it was just a way of getting of the church putting its foot into your door.
Maybe, but I'm saying is there's a whole logic that runs through what you're going to accept as these constants when you start looking at these things and the conclusions you can come out. And these are human intellectual exercises, right? So I'm not as impressed by these arguments as people have, but I do like hearing them sometimes, when people do them. I kind of like hearing them sometimes. But for a Muslim, okay, if my doorway to Tawhid was through the Quran, right, and Prophet Muhammad, I'm not dumping it over some idea that some liberals think we have some strange laws in there. Is everybody implementing the law correctly? I don't know, but I'm not giving up Tawhid over this. And who else is presenting Tawhid? You're asking, can somebody give the challenge, could you have a better idea, right? I haven't seen one thing that for me is better than Tawhid.
Well, yes, because, if the universe was created, it could only have been created by one God and not two or three or four, Well, that's how I
Well,
see
I think
it.
on an intellectual level, you could go along and say there's 3 or 4 or 5 or 20. On an intellectual level, you can come up with anything. But tawhid is an experience too. It's not just an idea of it's not just a description of something. It's an experience. It's a spiritual experience somebody has.
Yes, I think you managed to
Yeah,
convey it as
it's
a
kind of hard.
spiritual
It's kind of hard to
experience.
explain it if somebody doesn't know what it is. Well, some Christians have very profound spiritual experiences
Well, they think they've
involving
seen Jesus
Jesus
or
somehow.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I was walking and I saw him, and it changed my, that kind of thing, which I guess isn't,
No,
very
they feel some
convincing.
sort of union with God, some sort of union with God through the person of Jesus. Some reason. All right. Some reason is so I'm not going to negate I'm not negating somebody else's spiritual mystical experience they had.
Mhm.
What I will say though is that people can have false mystical experiences and
Mm,
all that kind of stuff for
yeah.
sure, right? So
Mm.
if people can have some crazy and people can say it's from the devil or from whatever. Or, we can just say, okay, well, I don't believe in God, I don't believe in the devil either. We just from whatever, right? What do you think is used to decide whether it's real or not? It's the law. The law in
Mm.
Islam, right? So if you have some idea of for a Muslim, if big bang, whatever, some mystical experience, they see something or whatever, and all of a sudden they believe Fred's God now, right?
Okay.
Fred is God, and wow. Well, we don't believe that. We don't believe it. So look at the law. The law says no. God is one. At least get it down to an idea of one, like not in a numerical sense. He's one,
It's one
right?
Fred. Yeah,
One in uniqueness, not even one Fred, right? So if you saw Fred and you think it's Fred, and you're imagining a Fred, that's not God. So this is what Islam's telling you. Okay, if that's what you're having going on right now, what we're going to tell you is that's not God. Okay, or if you
Mhm.
have an experience that says, I need to kill my wife, she is evil, right?
Mhm.
Well, the law says don't go kill your wife. I mean, so
You're gonna
you
get into
understand?
trouble.
If you start having a mystical experiences to the point you don't know what's going on with yourself and all this, then you have to look at the law a little bit. I mean, that's kind of what goes on and stuff. But I'm
Yeah.
seeing a decay. I see a decay in society, and I see seeing a decay in Muslims. Uh,
It's all to do with following the laws. It's like, why are Jews supposed to be so clever? I think it's because they have all these rules that they know they're supposed to obey, and they try to think of clever little ways to get out of obeying them and not this, you
well,
know.
Jews see the law as their ticket to freedom.
Yeah.
People look at the law as something that you're being Caesarean. They say the law is okay. You got the law. You do the law. Now you're free. You're free to experience God in these other ways. Jews have profound experiences of God too, right? I mean, at least they say they do. People say they do. I can't say whether somebody else's experiences what they are or not. So I can listen to pretty much anybody's description of their spiritual experience. I just know what mine are,
Mhm.
right? So if God reveals himself, God can choose to reveal God any way he wants to, right? So if anything in creation obscures and it reveals and hides God. I mean, sometimes I might get it from a flower. Oh,
Mhm.
okay, well, the flower is not God, not to a Muslim, but God is revealed to you in some manner.
Mhm.
So anyway, there's this aspect of things. So I get people asking me sometimes, why are you a Muslim? It's such a horrible religion, all this stuff. Well, I don't feel that way about it. I don't think it's a horrible religion. it's
Oh,
a horrible
it's
experience to go to the masjid here. That's a horrible experience for me, but what can I say? Wish you guys would talk about something else besides how much everybody needs to wear a hijab. Or
Is that what they
can you
talk
do it?
about?
Can you talk about something else? Or there was one masjid there was one imam here. I shouldn't make fun of this, and I shouldn't, but I'm just telling you the frustration white Muslims have, right?
Mhm, mhm.
Okay, how many weeks in a year? 52, 54? I don't remember how many cards.
52.
Yeah, 52. Okay, yeah, 52 weeks in a year. And a friend of mine's husband, he was the husband was half. Well, I don't want to describe him too much. Someone hearing this might realize who I'm talking about. Anyway, there was this imam at one of these masjids, and he, you have to give up and give a khutbah, the little lecture at the Jumu'ah prayer.
Mhm.
Okay, so they had one that came in that was from a school of thought that said you didn't have to translate these. Okay, like you don't have to translate them into English. And then the master finally said, well, this isn't going to quite work here. We need someone from a school of thought that thinks they can translate them, right? So they got one that could translate them, but his English wasn't so good. So he would give them to this brother to translate the speeches. So he'd translate it in English. And so this went on. So he translated in English. So he does it in Arabic, the khutbah, and then he would after and then the other guy would get up and read it in English.
Mhm.
Because it's not just Arabic and English at the masjid, it's Arabic, Farsi, some Turks. I mean, so you can't, it doesn't really work. So it was translated into English since most of them understand some kind of English, these other people.
Mhm.
So, this is going on. So then after a while, a couple of years of this, I thought I read something like this before, right?
Mhm.
Turned out, when he said, I thought I translated a speech just like this last year. He started seeing the same thing being rehashed, right? Turned out this sheikh had 52 speeches in a binder for 52 Fridays out of a year. And he would give them to this guy to translate. So it was the same speech that's almost like going through the Catholic days with the when they do the reading of the Gospels or something. And then he was like, why are you keep giving them to me? Why didn't you just keep the translations? He threw the English translations out every time and then would give the same one back to the same brother. It's pretty weird. Yeah. So anyway, but you need to be a little bit more, we don't want to hear 52
The same thing again,
52 speeches
year in, year out.
Yeah.
As if it were a reading, reading.
Yeah. And then it was like, if you were even going to do that, why make this poor brother sit there and translate it every week? Because it's every week.
Just to give it a bit of variation.
Yeah, I think he maybe he knows another word he can put in there this time or something.
To make it seem a little different.
But the brother was just, he was a little bit flabbergasted, and then he was just kind of like, oh, brother, But anyway, it's kind of funny. But Islam, while it looks like Islam is going up in the United States, it's deteriorating too.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I would like to see white culture, Muslim society ascend again. I would like to see Islam ascend in a way that's much better than what's being put forward by the this immigrant community. Do you understand? It needs to be Islam like how people were explaining it back when I first converted. It was inspiring to hear some of this stuff. And there was a certain open-mindedness involved because there was a little bit more Americans involved, and they were the kind of people that were going to question things anyway. Otherwise, they never would have changed their religion in the first place, right? So you have people with a little bit of that kind of personality going on. What you have now is a personality that's telling everybody to shut up, don't say anything against this imam. Don't say anything. Don't embarrass us. It's not a good situation. Now, if you had all these white nationals and a huge bunch of white people that became Muslim, and Islam was transferred into this culture through a white lens,
Mm.
right? Which is what Robert DeFore is talking about,
Mm.
pretty much.
Does he give sermons? Perhaps you
No.
could give a sermon on your khutbah.
Well, nobody, they're not going to let a woman give a khutbah at any masjid.
No, I
I know
mean,
of.
you could do one on your channel.
Oh, maybe I don't think anyone really cares what I have to say, but
No, we would, and I think maybe you should go to the masjid so you can tell us all these funny stories.
Well, it's not nice. It's not nice to talk about them like this. This is their thing, and they're trying to build something, and there just isn't a place for us there, right? There's not a place for it, and I don't want to.
But if you talk about it, then they will know. And
they
more
don't
people,
listen to
because
us,
you tell great stories, and
Claire,
maybe
they don't listen to us. They don't ask us. They
No,
don't
no,
ask
but
us.
they-
They're trying to stay in power. They're trying to keep their grips on how Islam is presented in this country.
Yeah,
You understand?
I know, but if you go to the masjid and you tell your stories on your channel, I think a lot of white people would take an interest.
Well, I don't want to turn it all into a joke. This isn't, for me, it's really not very humorous, all this stuff. It's not humorous what I went through. I that was not humorous. It got to the point that I felt physically ill to go to a masjid. I felt like throwing up. Right? I would get all dressed to go, and then I'm like, oh God, I can't go there. I'm just not going to go. I'm not going. Do you understand? Yeah, it was just horrible. So you tell this to people, and then their response is, oh, you must be a nut. You must be right. No, it was an extreme lot of pressure to be treated as an alien in the outer society and in your faith community. It's a lot of pressure. And so maybe in the beginning when you're younger and it's all fresh and new, maybe you can put up with it a little bit better. It takes a toll on somebody going on year after year after year after. It takes a toll on you. Most people leave. Okay. Most white Muslims end up leaving or just really disappearing, just being Muslim in some way that's unidentifiable to anyone looking at them. Mine is really Islam in their heart, and they just give up. They give up being part of the community. I've given up on being part of the community.
But there's the Christians who do that. They hate going to church because they hate all the PC crap there. But they say, oh, but I believe in Jesus, and I pray at home, and I've got my connection.
Protestant churches are mostly about the speech. What's going on there? Catholics. The whole thing is the Eucharist.
The show. Yeah.
Not the show, the Eucharist. So if you're going to go in there and get the Eucharist, I mean, sometimes people go in there reading the newspaper until they go up to get it. I mean, that's pretty bad. But as far as they're taking, they're getting their magic pill. They're doing the communion. That's their spiritual communion with God and the church, past, present, and future, as a spiritual meaning to it. But they will sit there and read the paper sometimes. One time I was at a masjid. I went outside and I read a murder mystery out in the playground because, I just couldn't, there was nothing in there for me to relate to. I watched somebody spill a whole plate of food on top of this black sister. She had such patience. She's American. She wasn't Somalian. She was American. She goes, they spilled their food on me. They didn't even say sorry. It was spilled all over the front of her. This plate of, it's a lot of rice with stuff on top of it, So it wasn't even like she had a piece of chicken and some rice spilled on her. She had this gooey mess spilled all over her. And so she's like, oh, they did that. So she was part of an extended family. But for white Muslims, we don't have any of these things. So you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you understand? We don't have any of that. And Robert DeFore is trying to fix this situation with what he's doing. And I really applaud him to it because I've been saying for 30 years, please, we have to start our own stuff. Oh, you can't separate from the Ummah. Well, then how come all the Pakistanis have a new masjid down there? We had 2 masjids here. We have went to over 22. I don't know how many there are now. Okay,
But,
it's just
you just do a sort of sweep of your local, I don't know, your city or your town and say, okay, American Muslims were going to
no,
meet in this cafe.
it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Most of them, a lot of them, ended up in uh, how do I put this? Oh, for women. Okay, obviously I would be talking to women, right? A lot of the women ended up marrying out of culture some way. They either married Black Americans or they married, an Iraqi or an Iranian or a Turk. Well, I don't know how many Turks have I seen. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe some of the Turks, Jordanians, and all this stuff, right?
Hmm.
There's only so much time. They end up being part of the husband's community usually, and they're treated like an outsider.
Hmm.
You see, and so their kids, those kids that are, what is it that guy called me, a Mishling? I'm supposed to be no Mishlings here at Daniel's Jet. I'm a half breed of some kind.
Well,
Okay.
it applies to Jews
Well, I
mostly.
know, but basically the person was saying I was the Mishling in the chat, right? We don't have any Mishlings here. Like I'm a half breed white person. Well, I'm not a half breed white person, but okay. If you want to believe that, if you want to think of German Irish heritage as a half breed, go ahead. Well, it must be because the Catholics, must be because the Irish were papists at one time in their history, right? Well, so were Germans. I mean, whatever, right? So they want to say that. So they think there's some hope that their children will be part of the
Mainstream.
community of their husband
Hmm.
because the wider culture is not accepting them,
Hmm.
and the Ummah in general is not accepting them.
Hmm.
Right. And so we have a more extreme problem. Now, Black Americans that are Muslim, they're accepted as Muslim by other Muslims. I told you, but
But they complain too. I nearly spoke to this guy
yeah.
who's black, and he said, well, we were Muslim before these brown immigrants came around here, and then they
Oh,
start
yes.
telling us what to
Yes.
do.
Yeah, remind me to talk about that a little bit. But okay, but the Black Muslim experience is that okay, they've it's also kind of seen a little bit as like getting back into their heritage Black culture for some of them, and the Black community, the Black Christians maybe think it's kind of stupid or something, but the Black community is more accepting of them in the Black community outside of masjid. Do you understand? Like the regular Black community itself.
Hmm.
White Muslims aren't accepted anywhere. We don't have any group that's accepting us as being normal. You hear how people were talk to me, the Michelin, this, that, this kind of stuff. This is the
They're
common,
mean to each other too, really.
huh?
They're mean to each other. I mean, well,
We're
I mean,
not accepted anywhere. We're considered not part of whatever the community is. Okay, we're some reason we'll get excluded. Either we're white, we're excluded. We're Muslim, we're excluded. We're the wrong sect, we're excluded. White society at large does not consider Muslims compatible or part of their society, and they see white Muslims who became Muslims as sellouts. White Muslim women carry the brunt of this if they happen to appear to be wearing, something that people understand as something some Muslim would wear, right? They get us mixed up with Sikhs sometimes, but like they get Sikhs mixed up with us, but we're not accepted anywhere, right? And then people say things like, "Well, it's your fault. What do you think was going to happen?" I don't know. I didn't expect this because the Catholic Church had all kinds of people in it, and they didn't act like that. They acted like they were all part of the church. White Muslims don't get a salamu alaikum. We get hi, laughing, or marhaba, right? Then the Black person, assalamu alaikum, sister, right? They think they're actually Muslim. I was told to my face that white people didn't have the capacity to be Muslim. Okay. Now, what kind of a sick person am I that I was around that for so long and involved my children in it? What kind of a nut does that? So I don't have any tolerance for it anymore. I was stupid. I feel I was stupid that I stayed in that community. I had a better chance not taking my children around it at all. and being some kind of a groovy kind of Muslim, I had a better chance not taking them around the community at all, and maybe giving them names that sounded like my name. You know what I'm saying? And so would I have changed anything? Yeah, I wouldn't have gone to those masjids. I wouldn't have gone to them. I wouldn't have taken my children. But I don't know what would have happened. But you see, this is a hindsight thing. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't have taken them there. It's easy to say I wouldn't take them, but what would have happened if I hadn't took them? I don't know.
Well, they wouldn't have been Muslim at all. They wouldn't have any idea of.
Well, I don't know. There's a smorgasbord of Islamic approaches in this country. It's not just the masjid, right? I mean, I could have gone and got involved in some kind of a Sufi order, which is where most white people went before the Arab oil boycott in the 70s. Most white people became Muslim, usually got involved in Sufism in some way. Maybe they didn't have a sheikh, but a lot of them came into Islam that way.
Is that the whirling dervishes? Is that Sufi?
Sufi, that's the Mevlevi order, yeah. And some other orders also twirl like that. Yeah, that's the Mevlevi order. That's Turkey. It's big. It was big in Turkey. Turkey outlawed all the Sufi orders, right?
Why?
Because after Ataturk and stuff, it's the same problem I was telling you about, that the Sufis spread Islam. It was Sufi orders that spread Islam in Turkey in the beginning. Under the Seljuks, under these people before the Ottomans, they're the ones that went out and did the sort of dawah or the evangelization. Like evangelization or whatever. How do you say it?
Evangelization?
Evangelization. Like, they're the ones that went out and talked these Turkish tribes into becoming Muslim. They went out. That it was through Sufi orders that was spread all through Anatolia and stuff. Then they set up texts. They set up. That was the institutional way Islam was propagated. Then they had a sheikh. They had like disputes. They would go to the sheikh. As the Ottomans became more and more centralized in power, right? They had to get rid of these Sufi orders, because the Sufi, if you read some books, sometimes they call them Sufi monastery. Sometimes they call it a Sufi monastery in English when you're reading. And you're like, what is a Sufi monastery? Well, they're talking about these texts, and they had a lot of men living in them. And they would teach them how to fight. And they were all fighting the Mongolians. There's a huge, massive fight with Mongolians that went on and on and on, right? So these people, they were the ones that were training the fighters, these Sufi orders. They were training fighters. They trained people how to do a trade. We're going to make honest trade. You're going to make a good product, and you're going to sell it at a fair price. We're going to teach some morality here with what you're doing. They built up these areas that were really, people not having much of anything. And so the Ottomans, when they came more centralized, had to get rid of them after they got more control over the Ottomans, because they were a threat to their authority, basically, because people were still going out and talking to the sheikhs. So then they sent out judges. They started sending out judges from schools of thought. And for all these in Turkey, the two schools that were prevalent were the I think it was the Shafi and the Hanafi. Okay, the Hanafi school of thought has a way of incorporating local custom as part of the law. And so this was an easier school of thought to use with a bunch of tribal Turks, because they had a lot of these customs that you couldn't attack some of these customs, or their tribal cohesion would be threatened, right? So they were allowed to keep some of this stuff. It's not syncretic. It's just the law itself allows this. So they had to get rid of these people. So when Ataturk came in, so they suppressed them. They started suppressing Sufi orders. At one time, the Ottomans had so many Sufis and these single men. I mean, it was these massive single men. At one time, they say almost everybody in Turkey was involved in a Sufi order in some manner. All the men, right? So anyway, this all happened, and then anyway, so it made it illegal. So Ataturk finished it. So some of these places that had like people buried at, like Rumi's tomb in Konya, people would go to Rumi's tomb and look at it and visit it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And some Muslims say this is shirk or whatever, but the point is people used to do it. But it was also controlled by Rumi's descendants, and people were in there getting instruction and stuff. So they stopped all this and they made them into museums. These places, right? Now it's a state museum. So these Sufis don't even have control of it anymore to keep these people from coming. So now people come, and it's like a cultural museum you're going to, and there's Rumi buried and this stuff. And that big church in Istanbul, they did the same thing to it. That the big church that they just turned back into a masjid, and it was a controversy.
Hagia Sophia.
Yeah. They turned that into a museum too, in order to keep people from congregating there and trying to use it as a point for political dissidence between what they're doing, is basically what it is. That's what happened. So, and am we talking about this? I don't know. But anyway, so that's what happened with that.
Right.
But now, of course, they let the Mevlevis. If you go to Konya and you go watch the Mevlevis twirl, you're actually watching a dance troupe.
Right.
You're not watching the real dervishes do it anymore. But there are Mevlevis there. There still are. There's some Mevlevi sheikhs around and stuff. These sheikhs are still around, but they're not in control of these historical places in Turkey anymore because they're museums. See, so everybody squashes everybody, Claire.
Yeah, but things can start and rise and be created.
So I don't see any. Your ideas. It's most people are going to think it's weird, but what's so funny about it? You want to talk about, people want to say you can't have a new school of thought. Okay, except there have been new schools of thought, right? There have been new ones. You had the progressive Muslims, you had the Quran only Muslims, you had some that came up in history and then sort of fell apart and disappeared. Muslims can create in America, they can create their own school of thought if they feel like it. Who's going to stop them?
Yeah.
Who's going to stop them? So will it be your school? Would yours be a school of thought? I don't know. I don't know if there's enough there to make it a school of thought, but if you're leaving belief to yourself, it would incorporate all these people who have a different approach, right? They have a different approach in these beliefs, because in the United States, it's the whole gambit of these beliefs. It's not everybody across the country that is Muslim thinks exactly the same way.
Yeah, I've tried talking about the States. I've said so many times, people say, we're all going to be dressed as bin bags and be Arabs and look like them. And I said, no, because, imagine if every state of America could interpret the Quran in its own way. They would be having, very pronounced regional variations. And, California would not be interpreting it in the same way as New York could, or whatever.
If you had a community that was united, but that's not what we have. It's a very fragmented community of Muslims in the United States.
Well, I suppose I'm making the point that these white nationalists should be basically pursued and said, well, what's your idea then? Surely it cannot be homeschooling your grandchildren when you haven't even got offspring to overthrow the government.
I think they should become. I think they should all become Muslim. I think they actually should become Muslim by faith. I think they should get a belief in God, and they should pick Islam, and they should pick through a cultural lens of the white man cultural lens, which is ununderstandable if you start talking to people like this, because most Muslims aren't thinking in these ways. They're not thinking of this. But they could. Why not? The Turks did it.
I wonder if we can get you on the Jolly Heretic. with Ed Dutton, who did you listen to Rob Dufour on the Jolly Heretic when he was on a few months ago?
I must have. I don't remember the show exactly, but yeah, I must have. Oh yeah, I did, because he was wearing his French outfit on it. Yeah, I did. Did you notice what he was wearing?
I can't remember what he was wearing.
Well, the problem was there was a little thing over half of it, but Ed Dutton asked him, "What are you wearing?" And he was wearing this traditional French outfit with the fluffy blouse and stuff, but you couldn't quite see it because, like, you know how, like, I'm looking at the screen now and it says Claire Hall. Something was on the screen that kind of blocked half of it, so you didn't realize that he was wearing that. But when he said that, then I realized, oh, look what Rob's wearing, man. And he wore that. He went to Eid wearing that coat.
Right.
He went to Eid wearing that.
I
thought it was pretty funny. I didn't see him. We don't. He's up there in Canada. So, but he sent a picture around. He sent a picture, put it on his page, and he's standing there with some people at the masjid. He's wearing that French coat. I like it. He has some funny things. Not funny, but it's a little bit outside the box, like insisting on shoving European culture in people's faces. He's a little bit. I kind of like some of that. And so some of this stuff, I think you would have to been really in the Muslim community for a while to understand how
difficult it has been for you.
Not how difficult it's been. How like what Rob's doing is well needed and amusing kind of at the same way. I mean, all this talk about, white people need their own spaces, and he shows up at Eid wearing this French jacket from I don't know what time period. I mean, it's pretty funny. I think it's funny and it's
I'm going to have a look now.
Yeah, you have to have a look at it. I'll see if I can find the picture on the page. I used to have it on my page. I think I said something looking good or something. Guys are looking good or something. Because it was just amusing to me. It's like it's a visual symbol. It's just a visual symbol of like, hey man, the Europeans are here. That's how I'm taking this. Like, oh yeah, that's his visible way of saying Europeans are here. And he's been encouraging. He's been saying people need to wear their own clothes, right?
Oh yeah.
He's been saying it, and I think if white Muslims listen to that, they should say, yeah, that's from Pakistan. Why are we dressing up like we're from Pakistan or from not that there's anything wrong with those clothes, but why are you dressing up like you're not from here? I mean, obviously there's rules. I mean, depending on your approach to Islam or if you're using a school of thought or not, you have requirements on what you have to have covered up and stuff as a woman, but not all Muslims even believe that stuff. Not all Muslims are part of schools. And just because you have to have your hair covered doesn't mean it has to be a black abaya from Saudi with or some Egyptian dress or this kind of thing.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? He makes a real point because he actually showed up wearing the French coat.
Yes, I see it now. It was obscured behind that.
Yeah, no, but if you saw the
thingy.
picture of him at Eid prayer, if you saw him when he went to Eid, he's wearing that coat. He's not wearing the blouse, but he's wearing the coat with some nice shirt and with a shirt and some nice pants or something. He looked nice in the photo.
Yes,
and he's showing people we don't have to do this, but we can. We're still Muslims and we're still here. He's doing a really good thing, actually. I think really good thing. I like it. I like it, and yeah, I like it.
Well, he's kept his name, which is important, I think, because the more you have to sort of dress up like as Arabs, the more it just annoys people.
Well, I'm sure he used to go by a more traditionally Muslim name. I don't know what it was. I think you mentioned it one time, but I don't remember what it was. I mean, almost everybody who takes the Shahada, probably back when he did and before, they used to ask you what your Muslim name is. So you used to pick one, like almost like a confirmation name or something, but there's no requirement in Islam to even do that unless your name means something weird. Like if it means, oh, who dances naked with the devil under the trees. Yeah, you might want to change your name if that's what the meaning of the name is, but there's nothing wrong with a name in itself, unless it has a really bad meaning, because Muslims aren't supposed to call themselves or other people a name that has a really bad meaning, like child of the devil or something weird like that.
Okay.
Like if you have like a foreign language in the name, and that's, if you look at what's that name mean, and it means that, yeah, maybe pick something else. But you don't have to pick an Arab name, and there's no requirement to do so. Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually no need to even draw yourself. I'm sure if you wanted to, you can just look normal and do all the other stuff that white people do without.
Well, some
I
do.
guess you might have to say, well, I can't come to the bar with you, and
Well,
whatever.
there's always different levels of practice, and there's always different things. But there are two groups of Muslims that I know of that hijab is not required. And then you talk about it, and then other people sit around saying those people aren't Muslim. You just can't win in the Muslim community because there's no real unity. There's supposed to be a unity between Muslims and the people of the book, and then he got Muslims finding 500 different ways to say other people aren't Muslims who are identifying as Muslim.
Yes, yeah, it's a game that they
Yeah,
all play.
it's just too much for me. It's just too much. It's like you're destroying it from within. And then I don't know. You don't have to agree on this stuff, but Ismailis don't think you have to wear hijab. But their idea is that you have to wear normal clothes for the society you're in. So if you live somewhere where people do wear scarves, you wear a scarf, and if you live somewhere where they don't, you don't. Right? I don't know a lot about Ismailis because they're secretive, kind of secretive. And then Alavis, they don't believe in wearing hijab. They don't think it's a salvation issue. They don't think this is like you're going to go to heaven or hell if you have your scarf on or not. But people want to sit around and say they're Muslim, and they actually don't want to be identified as Muslim anymore because of the politics in Turkey. Turkey had made it, they had gone secular, so they didn't teach Islam in the schools anymore, right? And then these youth started getting radicalized from the internet because no one was teaching Islam to them. They knew they were supposed to be Muslim, but nobody was really teaching it. So they started learning from the internet, and it was inconsistent with what Turkish wanted or Turkish people wanted. And so then they started this idea, we're going to teach the religions in the school as part of a class, right? Which was like the Muslims would take, if you're a Muslim, you go to your Muslim class. And if you're a Christian, you went to the Christian class, and whatever it was, you would get, they had some kind of way of saying, this is the Muslim class, this is the Christian class. I guess they had a Jewish class. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And they would go, and that was part of their school day. And so the Muslim kids didn't have to go to the Christian class, and the kids going to the Christian class didn't have to go to the Muslim class, right? But they had to go to their own faith class. But the Alavis practice Islam in such a different way. They didn't want to be in the Muslim class. So they wanted to be classified as a separate religion. So they get state money, and they can have a separate class that teaches their version of Islam to their kids.
Right.
They have a really different way. So it just turns into a mess, everything, when you try to do anything.
Well, it's clear that there needs to be American secular Quranism, and this is obviously what you should all be aiming for. And there will, I'm sure, be a lot of fighting between white American Muslims, but I guess
this is the issue. If they had a group of Muslims that were called, they used to call it, actually, they say progressive Muslims in a generic kind of way, but there used to be a group that was actually called progressive Muslims, right? And it was, pretty much Quran based and this kind of thing, but it went global homo, right? The whole thing was global homo. So most Muslims don't want to see that. So every time you start taking away the traditional schools of thought, that starts turning up big time.
Mhm.
And so if you have secular Quranism and you're getting in that, almost everything that people do turns global homo with this liberalism. So some people now are coming hard down on you got to stay inside a school of thought because they don't want it to go global homo. And then you've got other ones saying, well, no, we want a new idea. And then as soon as they set it up, all of a sudden it gets taken over by global homo. It's kind of like what happened with you buy a masjid, right? Let's say a group of Pakistanis buy a masjid. And then another group of immigrants come in. Well, okay, so they're set up as nonprofit organizations in the United States, usually, these masjids. So it's a nonprofit organization. So it has bylaws and rules about, how many meetings you have to have for the controlling the masjid and how to be a member and who can vote and this kind of stuff. So a massive bunch of immigrants would come in, they'd take over the building. They'd actually take over the building and they would get a building they didn't pay for that was paid for by a different group of people. And this was going on all the time. So then you had a bunch of masjids that became part of Islamic trust, something like that, where these masjids were put into trust. Okay, well, that was great. But then after it got put into trust, the trusts were telling them, you can't talk about that over here. You have to be totally non-political. You can't talk about anything over here except what we tell you can do because this is in the trust. Do you understand? So they got turned into a control issue like that. And there's a lot of this sort of, I call it appropriating masjids mess that was going on for years. And so we have a lot of problems in the Muslim community, a lot of problems. Nobody wants to talk about it, but it's a lot of them. Okay, so can Muslims? That's a question. Can Americans? Can they do their own school of thought? Can they create one?
If you get enough of them interested,
If you get enough of them, well, okay, you get enough of them, but most of them that stay Muslim have somehow bought into the idea that you can't split up the ummah, and you're not qualified to start a school of thought. Like, how are you starting a school of thought? How are you doing that? And then once you do it, it goes global homo, right? So
why can't people stick to their principles? They don't have to become Jonathan Brown.
Because for some reason, once you drop the school of thought rules, it becomes a free-for-all. It's just like if you go to the Quaker church right now, it's totally pro-gay.
But okay, we'll call secular Quranism the literalist interpretation.
A literalist interpretation of Islam can get quite ugly from the Quran if you're not looking at traditional sources. You can end up with a interpretation like ISIS very easily from reading the Quran like that. So we have a lot of issues. White Muslims don't want to create an ISIS in their community. That would mean that white nationalists, if they became Muslims, could end up becoming monsters. We don't want to do that because they're going to interpret literally some of these ayahs like kill all believers where you see them like ISIS does. Kill all unbelievers as everybody. That was about some people. It was talking about people in a civil war.
Well, exactly.
But they're taking it out of context.
Yes.
They're rejecting other traditional sources that really do need to be there in order to understand the Quran. The traditional way of learning a book was to have a teacher, even in the old days in England, right? Somebody wanted to learn a text or read a book, a teacher would teach them the book. That was the traditional, and that was the traditional way in Islam with Sunni Muslims and stuff. A teacher would teach them the book. And yeah, even in Shia Islam and stuff, a teacher would teach the book. And so now you got people with the books reading it for themselves, and you got a population reading the Quran for themselves and deciding what it means. So it can get destructive. It can turn destructive. I
suppose what I'm trying to say is that secular Quranism just wouldn't even exist unless it became the law, unless it was adopted by the government and turned into the law of the land. And then there would only be one version, you know?
Yes, I understand, but they would see that as a promotion of pluralism. Most Muslim sheikhs and stuff would say you're promoting pluralism. Most
Yeah, but you don't
Muslims
need their
promote it.
approval. You don't need their approval. You just basically need to sell
But
it.
people who become Muslim, they're not thinking like that. They're coming into a religion and they're trying to learn it, and they're just not thinking on that level. I think that, but most of the other ones are thinking no. But it doesn't matter what approach to Islam. If I was going to use it or something, there's just a bunch of these things I'm not going to do. It's just too ingrained in me to not do that at this point, right? Because the legalistic stuff was what was taught when I first became Muslim. You had to learn that. And there was a whole bunch of little cultural rules people had that weren't necessary, but you ended up learning that, and then you had to learn it all over again when a new bunch of people came. But there's a lot of issues that are having the thing. But I do think white Muslims need to wrestle this into their own camp. Black Muslims have already. You understand? Now, a lot of black Muslims now are into the full school of thought idea and this kind of thing. But the nation, they had their own version of it. And Warif D. Muhammad, he has some ideas in there that's not traditional. That's not what the regular, I don't want to say regular four Sunni schools of thought are, because there's more than that. But their ideas are a little different if you start poking at it. Okay. So they have no problem doing that. So why is it the white man has the problem? Why is it always the white people are asking permission when they came from a culture that used to not ask anyone's permission for anything? This is amazing to me, right? But we do see Islam being destroyed with people if they just take the Quran and they read it and have their own interpretation, because that turns into a very literal approach, which is really a Protestant approach to the Bible. It came in the 1700s, when this whole Wahhabism and all this stuff started happening, Ibn Wahhab's rebellion and taking it literal, the Hanbali school. The Hanbali school, there was no problem with the Hanbali school if you didn't combine it with the Wahhabi reforms, and if you didn't combine it with Salafi ideas. The Salafi is
toxic mixture.
Salafi is sort of a combination of Hanbali and literal Quran. Like the Hanbali school is like, there's a whole history behind how that kind of idea went to in this thing. But when it combines like that, it doesn't resemble the Hanbali school anymore. The Hanbali school actually didn't get into speculation at all. You know what I'm saying? They say, well, this is what the Quran says, but what that means, I don't know. It was how he kept from being killed in court. He was taken up on charges.
Oh.
So it was a clever way to get out of getting the axe. Like, does God have a hand? They were fighting over the nature of God, so he ended up on trial. Does God have a hand, Claire?
Not as far as I know.
The Quran says God has a hand.
It must be metaphorical. That does it? Which verse?
Well, I'm saying hand of God. This kind of thing. What's that mean? So he was standing there, and they were fighting over. What they were really fighting over was, is the Quran eternal or created? Yeah, you look at the Quran. Is it created, Claire?
Of course it was, because there was a time before it was created.
Wrong answer, Claire.
All right.
Okay, now Claire, is the Quran created?
I'm going to say it is again, because I don't see how it wasn't.
Answer it the other way. Answer it the other way.
Okay, I'll
Claire?
say no. Okay, I'll say no.
Wrong answer, Claire. That's the kind of court he got stuck in. Does God have a hand or not, Claire? So here's Ibn Hanbal. God has a hand, but what it is, we don't know. He refused to give in to what they were fighting about because the judge was going to decide which version was correct, or which idea was correct. So he said it's in the Quran, but I can't say if it's I'm not going to say if it's metaphor or not. He says I can't speculate on, but it's in the Quran. I don't know. He's he's saying it's in the Quran, but I can't speculate on what that means. Right. And so it kind of ended up with you can't speculate what other people mean. But the Salafis, they speculate, and then it joined with this school and the Wahhabi reforms, which was a bunch of ideas about what a Muslim is not. It's a big list of what a Muslim isn't, basically. And then the idea that this is not, it means you're outside of Islam if you believe any of these things. And it became very ugly. And so it was used by ISIS to objectify Christians, Jews, and everyone else to justify killing them. You understand? The Hanbali school, if you stick to the old Hanbali school, it's not a big problem. I mean, they don't like some Muslims, obviously, but it's not, it wasn't a big theological problem that this thing starts. So now we have Claire with this secular Quranism. So you're going to have Muslims resistant to it, and you're going to have the outer society resistant to it. But I can see how clever it is because it's saying if you don't have a belief, you're just getting some of these basic laws into the law somehow. And if you do have a belief, then your belief is going to temper your interpretation of that anyway. Right? I think it's a fascinating idea to create the platform for Muslims to actually enter the political process.
Yes, and an American version of Sharia, which all Americans are invited to contribute to.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Now it's kind of a Protestant idea, but I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with the theory myself. I find it interesting. I find it interesting, and I find it as a way into getting into that. Because I don't think most Americans want Islam as how these immigrants are presenting. Really, they don't want like that. They don't want it like that. But we don't want the Muslims don't want a watered down version that's global homo either. And because most Muslims that stay Muslim, most white Muslims that stay Muslim are kind of conservative people. Especially the ones my age. We became Muslim
to be conservative.
That wasn't conscious reason, but yeah, it was a conservative presentation, and that's what we understood, and that's how we understood it as. And if it wasn't, why would we have stayed? I just would have gone and joined the Mennonite church or something. I don't know. The point if you're going to get
the Mennonite church quite liberal now?
Yeah, Mennonite church, Quakers, Unitarian, they're very, very, very liberal, very liberal. And Muslims, white Muslims did go to them sometimes. They didn't broadcast it, but they would go. Like I've been to all of them. I've been to all of them because I wanted some place where I could just go and relax, be myself, be accepted, be able to believe in God, be accepted. And the Unitarian church was kind of nice like that. But when I went to the other one, I was told you don't belong here by some lady there and stuff. And I thought, I'm just getting too tired of this. I just don't want to deal with this anymore. I don't want to have to deal with these conversations where people are coming up and saying, yeah, they were so liberal. Do you think it's cultural appropriation if I wear this hijab? Because I don't mean to offend you. Right?
All right.
You understand? Because I wear hijab, right? So I'm like, well, Marilyn Monroe used to wear a scarf and sunglasses. That's a nice look. Right, right. I mean, Marilyn, Muslims don't own the scarf. If you want to wear a scarf, wear it. I don't. You don't have to. So you could actually talk to people over there a little bit, some of them, and This kind. You went to the Quaker thing, that was okay. It was very, very liberal Quakers, extremely liberal. They do have Muslims that went over there because some of them realized there was going to be no community for their children, and they did go over to the Quaker church. Hicksite Quakers, not all the Quaker churches. The Hicksite Quakers, they have on program meetings. It's not required to believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior or anything else at those. You can be any religion and be a Hicksite Quaker, any religious ideology. It doesn't matter because they're not pushing the Jesus thing. The other Quaker churches have lectures about Jesus and they believe in Jesus. The Quakers are very big in Africa. They're very, very big in Africa. And so the Unitarians are very liberal. The Quakers are very liberal. And who's the other people? Mennonites. Mennonites were, that's what my father's ancestors are from. Yeah, they have a little bit of a different approach to Christianity and stuff. They have like old order ones that, have their little religious costumes and stuff. But they have a lot of them don't read the Bible anymore, right? Because they're not looking at the Bible as a source of laws. They see it more. I'm not really sure why they don't, but it's seen more as a community, and it's pretty liberal. It's the other ones. The old order Mennonites aren't so liberal. They're more looking at the Bible, but they're a little bit more. It's like the principle is loving everybody and stuff, and now we're loving everybody for real. You know what I mean? Like gay people would be pretty happy over there.
Right.
They're pretty happy in a Unitarian church because you can actually go to the Unitarian church wearing a dress if you're a man. We had I remember when I was over there, I think four drag queens came over one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were happy. One guy got up and stood up one time. He was pretty tall, and he had a skirt and a dress on. I mean, a skirt and a top. And he had his hair combed down nice and stuff. And then he said, he says, "I'm new to here." Introducing himself. New person came in, and then he goes, "And I'm here as a transgendered something female." I mean, he did that. And he's all nervous and sat down. And I was like, "Oh, he came out over here." He actually came out there, and then he started going to work in his women clothes, and everyone was supposed to call him she, and I forgot. I forgot. He's a man. I was standing there talking one day, but I forgot. Sorry. Oh, I forgot. I called him a him or something to his face or something. I wasn't trying to be rude. I just can't remember this stuff. It's just ridiculous. But so I did go there a little bit. But what I was looking for was a community that I could sit in where I was not being treated as an outsider.
Yeah.
Because it's everywhere. And for white Muslims, this is really exhausting. Black Muslims say, white Muslims have it better at the masjid. Some, garbage of people want to marry us. They don't want to marry us anymore. That was way back in the day when some students were over here, and maybe some students whose families were too poor to be involved in this. So they were marrying Americans for green cards and stuff. This kind of, this big bunch of stuff going on. Anyway, that's it.
What about the black masjids? Did you ever go to them?
Yeah, I went to them. I went to them sometimes. Sure. Yeah.
Was they okay? Or not?
Well, they got down on Whitey in them when they had their lectures. You had to be open-minded to the get down on Whitey stuff. They didn't stand there and say, well, we hate Whitey to the point of, let's stab Whitey. I mean, it wasn't, but it was pretty bad.
Oh, all right.
I mean, it was actually bad. Like if you had, for example, I was pregnant. I was sitting on the floor, and some of the people at that masjid actually they weren't really part of the Reef D. Muhammad idea. They actually were from the nation, but they didn't have a nation masjid then. Later, they built one that was actually the nation, like Farrakhan down the street, and those people went over there as soon as it opened up. But I'm sitting there and pregnant, and some of the people, like a lot of people, a lot of black people don't like white people. They hate their guts. A lot of them. I mean, not all of them, but they don't like them that much. And why be friends with them? You've got a lot of like black friends around. Why bother, right? I guess
Mhm.
that's kind of their feeling. I don't. But one lady let her kid. I'm pregnant, sitting on the floor because Muslims sit on the floor a lot.
Mhm.
She was letting her kid run at me and throw himself as hard as he could on me, and I was pregnant, and it showed. I was big pregnant. It was terrible, and
Oh,
not one person said to stop it, to get her kid to
wow.
stop doing it. I mean, she almost that kid almost caused me to go into early delivery there. I mean, it was like,
Ooh.
and I was on the floor and I was trying to get up, and he kept throwing himself on me, and he was too big for it. He must have been about 8 years old
Wow.
doing this.
Wow.
So I thought, this isn't. I don't think this is going to work out.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And then they started some other stuff upstairs. Now this brings us back to the thing you were saying. A lot of black Muslims got mad when all these immigrants came. There were these black Muslims masjids, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
They helped everybody. These immigrants came in. Oh, you need a place to practice have your little meetings and your language and stuff. You can use our masjid. You can come and use it on this day, or you can use it upstairs. Or they were
Mhm.
so nice about it, right? Their
Mhm.
feelings got massively hurt. Uh, in fact, I knew a group. I actually went to a bunch of stuff at their masjids from these other groups too.
Mhm.
They got mad because none of these people came to Juma prayer with them. Okay.
Mhm.
And they thought it was a huge snub, right? But actually, what had happened was it was a bunch of students, and in their fiqh, I guess that, there were Shias and stuff. I guess in their fiqh, they didn't have to go to Juma if the Mahdi's not here yet, and they were in school, so they couldn't get there on Friday. But
Mhm.
they all thought they were snubbing them. And then the other
Mhm.
side of it is they were snubbing them in a way because they thought the men and women were too loose. Like
Oh.
not I don't mean in a bad way, but they were a
Mhm.
little bit like, oh, when they got up and sang when Father Abraham had many sons had Father Abraham. They were shocked. They were shocked because they thought it was a little bit too loose, the gender communication, I guess,
Mhm.
intergender communication.
Mhm.
Then a bunch of Afghanis came and they started breastfeeding in front of people. The whole thing. Yeah. I mean, it was one circus thing after another, Claire. When I look back on it, I'm like, I wish I'd kept notes. I mean, some of
Yes.
these things, it's like, so you're sitting in a
You could have
masjid
written
that
a book about
they
it.
didn't have a curtain. So all of a sudden, these Afghani women were breastfeeding in front of everyone because, in their opinion, if you're breastfeeding, your breast wasn't a breast at that time. It was a milk receipt. But they had never seen. They were just shocked because I guess Persian women's covered up or whatever. Really, it was just one cultural thing after another, Claire, all the time. And then the people split up and had these other masjids, and then this masjid's fighting with another masjid. Then there was a big fight up in the university between uh, who got into that fight? There was some big fight in one of the universities here up in the library. They were knocking stacks of books over fighting. Oh, I mean, one Muslim group with another because the Saudis didn't want the Iranians coming to the Juma prayer that they were having at a church. I mean, the whole thing was like, wow, what's going there? Wow, it was just one thing after another over the years, and it just, at the time when it's going on, you're like, wow, that's the story of the day. But when you look back at 40 years, if you start writing it down, it's like, man, this was an awful lot of weird stuff. If it just been a masjid of a bunch of white people, nobody would have been doing any of this. But they would be because all the white Muslims are across the spectrum with the
Mhm.
different approaches to Islam. They all belong to different sects, different schools, everything. If you put them all together, they won't agree.
Yeah, well, the Puritans were fighting the Quakers in New
Yeah.
England, weren't
Yeah, it
they?
looks like that. It looks like that. If you're really looking at, like, you know, the
Could have an
Protestant.
Islamic version of the Salem witch trials.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not. I know it's funny and I'm laughing about it, but I I remember it's like you read one story. If you read the history books, if you can get history books written before 1940, they're more amusing.
Mhm.
Because they have to make it shorter because if you get too much history, you got to make the book shorter because you're covering more history. But the churches used to get in fights, and one Protestant church would get mad at another one, and they would just run naked through their services, right?
No,
They would do this crazy
screaming.
stuff like that. You're like, oh boy, that's a good one. Or I mean, it's just crazy stuff. And most people, like when they read about Christianity and stuff, they don't realize people did baptism naked because all these movies with Charleston Heston, well, not the Moses one, but the Jesus ones. They have all these people that are following Jesus down to the river, right? Nobody thinks about where did they all get those white clothes they're wearing when they're getting baptized. These poor people down there. Well, they weren't wearing any clothes. They got in there naked and got baptized, right? So nobody thinks about this stuff, but it's kind of, I don't know. So, on one hand, it's sad. On the other hand, it's kind of hilarious if you can kind of separate yourself from it and look at, like, as a white person, it's like, oh my God, this is so funny. It's like reading these older history books. And then it's like you have your own spiritual problem involved in this. Then you have your problem with your family. It's exhausting, Claire. It becomes
Yeah.
exhausting after a while. But so I don't know what this is going to look like in the future. But this was I don't know.
Well, I'm sure you can write a lot of, little sketches of your working
Well,
visits.
I can. I didn't keep diaries of all this stuff. I mean, if you want to hear some really crazy stories, you ought to hear some of those marriage interviews I went through. Right. But I don't want to make, it sounds like I'm making fun of Muslims and making a big joke out of them. And I don't really feel like that about it. I just feel like it's, I don't know. It's really a cultural mess. It's too much. It's a great religion as far as I'm concerned. And then everybody's doing this weird stuff all the time.
Well, that's because there's no central control,
Well,
and it needs.
there's a fight in the United States over who's going to be in control of representing Islam, believe it or not. So we have the problem of the different sects and stuff fighting, right? For whatever reason, fighting, right?
Mhm,
And then you have the issue with money.
mhm.
There's a lot of money.
Or the government funding.
No, there's no government funding over here for masjids. No, there's no government funding. Imams getting in control of money.
All right.
All right. So I know so the money gets sent back for their pet projects in their countries instead of here, and this kind of stuff.
Right.
So and so then people say, well, they want, and so people say they want to help us. So okay, so they're going to have a little thing showing everybody how to pray. Well, you know what? White Muslims have figured that one out already. All right, they've already figured out how to do the prayer, however it is they're doing it. They've already figured that out, and then it's all of it has not produced a good situation. But what I am a witness to is that in over 40 years, this never gelled. It never got together. It never got together, and deteriorating. I don't want some ISIS version of it over here either. I mean, England's got a big problem with that. And there was a lot of people here that went off in jihad to Afghanistan. One guy wrote a book, and I was reading it. I knew those people. I knew their wives. You know what I mean?
The ISIS people. Sorry.
No, they weren't the ISIS people. They went to fight the Russians in Afghanistan.
Oh, right.
These people. They fought the Russians. A lot of them didn't, I mean, they were fighting the Russians because they're communists and they're against God, and they were fighting
Mhm.
Afghanistan, so they thought it was their duty to go over and help these people. So some people actually left to
Mhm.
go fight in Afghanistan. That was the
Mhm.
first bunch that went, and then other people went. And people do go do this stuff. I know there's a big problem in. Um, no, it's some of it been gone over to fight for ISIS from here, but I don't think it's at the level that's going on in England, where
Mhm.
you having all those a lot of those the big bunch of Southeast Asians that go join ISIS,
Mhm.
right? It's not to that level here.
Right. Right.
It's not, but that type of Islam is not productive for this country, right?
No. No.
So what are you
No.
going to do? Have a conference? You're going to get all these white Muslims together, and then they're going to fight over who is and who isn't a Muslim among us. We're going to kick you out. You can't come anymore. And then there's going to be a bunch saying the women shouldn't be here at all. And it's just going to be another big fight. So I kind of like your idea as being out there, and for people to hear this idea, and maybe they can just somehow get onto this idea and get on Rob's bandwagon and get this whole situation together and
Mm.
create an idea of a presentation of Islam that is acceptable. That's acceptable.
Yes.
It's
Yes. And give them this incentive, like, well, first comes, first served. You need to get in early to get your version in and make
oh
it blah blah blah. I don't know, stuff like that,
yeah,
maybe.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but they need to do something. And
Mm.
this discussion, your idea needs to be way out there. And they need to hear it. And of course, they're not going to hear it because they're going to say it's pluralism and the lady's an agnostic and it's a stupid idea. And then look at that. There's this dumb white Muslim lady talking about it. She's wearing a hijab. She must not be a Muslim at all. Or then it's going to be somebody sect fighting. Somehow that's going to get out. And then somehow, it's just going to be one big fight. But Claire, you came up with an interesting idea. It's fabulous. I think
And you
that is
like it,
yeah.
and you find it useful, and you probably could find
I
enough
find it. I
somebody
find it
like you
useful.
who
I find
likes
it
it too.
useful. Huh?
Mm. Well, and I'm saying you'll probably be able to find somebody like you who also likes it.
Oh,
I'm
I
sure.
don't know. I doubt it. I live almost like a hermit now.
Uh,
But I mean, it's time.
mm,
It's time for this misery to end.
mm,
I
mm,
want to see an end to it.
yeah.
And I want those white nationals and those white Americans to start getting their act together. Because it's not just a problem of immigrants coming across the border. They've ruined their own culture. Wait a minute.
Mm,
They're ruining their own culture. They're mad because some immigrants came over and overrunning them. Well, you
mm,
ruined your own culture. You made it into something that isn't workable, and you want to turn it into a color of skin idea, right?
mm,
This many immigrants should not be coming in all at once like this.
no,
It's
no.
too destabilizing.
Mm,
Not you can't keep doing this. And I think they're bringing in another big group. They brought in one time when my kids were little. I was in a car and I was driving down the street, and all of a sudden all these kids were surrounded the car, and I just couldn't move the car. And all the Somalian kids had gotten into a big fight with the Mexican kids.
mhm,
Right. And so they had belt buckles. They had belts off and they were swinging belt buckles at each other.
mhm,
I mean, I'm talking several hundred kids surrounding my car doing this and throwing bottles. Right.
mhm,
Even girls were in this fight. It was huge in the street. The Somalians and the Mexicans fighting it all up
mhm,
because the government went and put them all in the same area.
mhm,
And I don't know who got mad at who, but I couldn't even move the car. So I'm there, the
mhm,
Muslim in a scarf, white Muslim. So is the Somalian going to think I'm Mexican, or the Mexican's going to think I'm a Somalian? Or am I going to be able to move this car before the bottle smashes the windows and hurts my kid?
mhm, mhm,
Right?
mhm,
This is very fragmented, this society, and all this liberal idea of creating everybody this, we're all different to this point. It's a bunch of people who can't get along anymore.
Mm.
you know. And so I'd like to see people get along, and I'd like to see it good. And I would like to see these people, if they really don't like white people this much, to leave. Go home. I'm not saying, Black Americans should leave. I'm not saying that, but these Muslim immigrants that hate us and the culture so much that they're seeing this as just payback, and we're going to somehow rip this culture off now. We don't need it here. I understand what Americans did in their countries was bad, but we shouldn't be letting it happen anyway. Are we that weak? We're going to let it happen back as payback? It's ridiculous. It's crazy,
No.
Claire, when you think about it. It's insane.
Well, I mean, for even entertaining, the idea of paying reparations, well, I guess people didn't protest enough and poo-poo the idea.
Well, I don't know anything about I'm not talking. You mean the 40 acres and a mule thing?
I'm not even sure, but Black people asking for reparations.
Oh, they were
that
promised 40 acres and mule when the slavery ended, and then the government didn't even give it to them. That's what happened.
Oh, that okay.
It's a historical thing. So they're saying we want those reparations as proof. There's an apology here for slavery, right? So, but nobody's giving them the 40 acres and a mule. They're not giving it to them.
Or maybe just give them the mule.
Well, they're not going to do that. What are they going to do with the mule? They want a mule. This is a symbolic thing, obviously, but it's just. I'm talking about all these immigrants coming in. Now, Black Americans, they're here. They're here now. It's not too much. Everybody needs to get along here.
Yes.
I do believe people need to ward off a race war. And boy, that would help if all these white nationals became Muslim and then co-opted the expression of Islam in this country. Because you know what? A lot of people are really against these white nationals, but they care too, even though it's all misdirected and they're not going anywhere with their plan. I mean, their presentation is useless. The whole thing's useless, but they do kind of care.
Mm-hmm.
In their own way, they care. And and if they don't care, we're going to wait 2 generations for the big race war.
Yes.
I mean, that's the Turner Diaries. You know what I mean? They're all going to read the Turner Diaries. Let's read the Turner Diaries and have a race war and whatever. But I don't see I don't have a problem with telling people who don't have citizenship it's time to go home. Your vacation's over now. I don't have a problem with that. People think I'm a big jerk because of it. Well, I don't have a problem with it. Yeah,
Well, if the laws are changed in a better way, then the people already here will behave better, I think, once the rules are clearer.
Well, they can't. It's not going to work with bringing in this huge influx of Muslims that have animosity towards the country. They have animosity towards white people in the United States, and they're coming in. They're letting them in. They don't like us. Mm-hmm. They actually don't like us. And so, you're sitting there saying, oh, yeah, they do. Some of them stand up saying, yeah, we do. Yeah, okay. Some people maybe some of the people from India and stuff don't mind so much, right?
Which group?
Maybe people from India that were from India that like their animosity is more towards English people, maybe because of the mess in India or whatever, right? So maybe they don't have anything against Americans, but a lot of these other groups sure do. They hate Americans.
Which ones hate Americans?
Iraqis.
Right.
Let's see what else we got. Afghanis, sort of half and half.
Okay.
Well, Afghanis don't. The young Persians don't. The young Persians aren't really doing anything, though. They're not going to do anything against the government, but they have animosity. All these groups have animosity because they're just don't quite understand the culture yet. I was telling you, it takes like 3 generations to get people used to a country. Really, it's not done in 1 generation. But if you're going to have masses where you're having a huge inflow every year of new immigrants from these countries, it's going to make the process longer. right? And I'm not saying they need to dress, I'm not saying they have to dress like people here and stuff. I'm not telling anyone that, but they're not. It's
They're not.
it's not working. This whole thing isn't working.
Mm, mm,
Not in a good way.
no,
They're
no.
not, and a lot of their kids, because they're not, because they have animosity towards the United States and they don't like white people, and so they see their functioning in society as being a minority, like this mindset that you're oppressed and the white man's oppressing you and all this stuff,
Mm, mhm,
when it was the white people that actually let them come in the first place. I don't
mm.
think, so they're very, it's really sad, Claire. It's really sad when you look at it all. It's very sad. It's just it's just like a pain and misery everywhere because
People won't use the solution that is already available.
white men won't act like men. It's enough reason that's just too many people coming in and you need to stop it. That's enough reason to just stop the immigration for a while. It's enough.
Yes.
Just that it's overcrowding. It's getting too big. And what are the white men saying? Okay, you transgender people, we got your back. We got your back. And that's what Biden made this stupid speech. We got your back. I was like, oh, here we go again.
Yeah.
Talking about it's horrible. I would like to see this country be, you the regular conservatism in the society, and then the children can rebel against the conservatism, and then they can realize, yeah, that was a good idea, the conservatism. I made a few mistakes, and now I'm going back to conservatism. Not this. There's no going backwards, this liberalism thing. There's just no going back because it keeps expanding outward. There's no end to it.
Unless it's stopped. And, well, it's a simple idea that people can remember, and maybe we can, tout it around in these circles.
Yeah, I like it. I'd like to see a convention saying how we're going to. It's really amusing to me because everyone talks about how scared Sharia law is. And then you're like, hey, I got an idea for getting Sharia law over here that's beneficial. And we can just not do what the immigrants are doing with it. And I like it. I like the idea. I think it's cool.
Yeah. Well, who can we visit next time? I'll think of.
Well, I have somebody I want to invite, but I want to wait till after you do your interview with Robert DeFore.
Rob, yeah. Okay.
Because we want to see what you talk about on that. And then I have someone that you might like talking to. And then
and you have your channel set up?
No, not yet. I have to do that. I have my computer out here. I don't know how to quite do that, but I'm going to try to look at that again tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try to be able to leave my computer out on the table. I haven't been able to leave it out on the table. I've had to pack it up after using it every time recently.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that's the idea. But this is great, Claire. And you can always stop these early because these are getting awfully long, our chit chats.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for producing content with me.
We can chop it up. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll talk to you later, Claire.
All right. Bye-bye.